Ladies and gentlemen, Bartholomew, the Scaled Lord. At the same time, welcome back to Tyrion Cuthbert, quite possibly the finale. Depends on what's going on and how much ball dropping I don't do. Hi there, AQ. Hi there, James. I know that we are going to be substantially down some numbers, and I have no idea how much longer there is going to be in this game. So we're just going to keep it moving. Let me fix my camera here. Big Blorfs. You hope you're not right. Not looking good for Asterheads? Hey, when it comes to these legal sim visual novels, nobody's safe. It looks like we're really pushing for the next game, huh? Well, let's get through this one. And yeah, major developments. It looks like Eris is finally playing her hand and might be getting involved to try and tip things over into her favor. And how many times has she kept us around just so she could see us fall into the deepest pit of despair? I mean, when we were just dumb and started using the divine edicts out of nowhere. That could have been it, but no. She wanted to crush our spirit instead of our bodies and our minds. Ellis Laris. Alright, so Bartholomew the Scaled Lord, he's trying to take in everything that's happening here. Hello, your lordship. I think this is the first time we've met. You're a lot smaller than I expected. Who is this woman? Why have they brought a civilian before the Scaled Lord? People of the court, thank you for your patience. Until now, we've known this woman as Eris Ilmater. And ever since the massacre, we've been trying to determine who orchestrated this. We only know that Arya Steelwind signed a blood contract with a demon called the Empress of Discord. We still know very little about this demon. We had no idea who they were or what they even looked like. But we know the truth now. People of Wyvern Guard nobility, the woman on the witness stand isn't a civilian. She is the demon known as the Empress of Discord. I have no idea how, but her form is that of a human. Using that disguise, she entered the Grand Cathedral posing as Beatrice Freya's guide, then aided the patron by using Beatrice Freyja to help Arya Steelwind massacre members of the nobility. Why are we continuing with this? She's already admitted to taking part in the massacre. Let's force her to tell us who the patron is and be done with this! How typical. The Grand General thinks he can solve all of his problems with violence. But let me ask you this. Why are you assuming that the patron is a human? What? In Arya's contract, it says that the patron is an individual who gives the contract to her. How do you know that I'm not that individual? That is what I thought it was at first. But I am convinced that Aster is the patron. It's all good, Solaris. Yeah, no one's holding it against you. We went over. I thought we were going to close it out last time, but no. This game is just so full of content. I go by many names. The Empress of Discord is only one of them.
If what you're saying is true, that makes this a simpler matter. We simply need to execute you for your crimes against the kingdom.
Haven't you forgotten what my underling said during Freyja's trial? As a demon, I can never truly die. If you destroy my body, I'll simply reform in the abyssal hells. I wonder, what might happen to your daughter if you were to draw my ire? You're prosecuting her and playing the villain, but I know the truth. You secretly care about her, don't you?
What nonsense are you spouting?
When you thought she had mage blight, you had to prosecute her. You held on to the little hope that you could convict her and convince her to take a plea deal. As the king's wife, her position might have been salvageable. And you did all this so she could be with her beloved Aster. Oh. What you talking about, Eris? But then it was revealed she signed a blood contract with me. That changed everything. Mage blight is one thing, but a demon owning her soul? She can't very well be a queen like this, now can she? You had to find out who the patron was before a trial ended, didn't you, Lucio? Otherwise, your beloved daughter would never be free. Oh wow. He's not even angry. He's putting on a brave face, he's putting on all that bluster, but he is just pure on shook. And you did all of this because you feel bad for what you did to her.
Everything I've done is for the good of House Steelwind.
Ah, is that what you were doing? Because the way I see it, you abandoned her for her entire childhood. You felt so guilty about killing her mother that you couldn't bear to face her.
No,
Eris, stop this. And you know what that did to her. You didn't just take away her mother, you took away her father too. You starved her of any affection. She couldn't help but latch on to the first person to show her any kind of superficial kindness. Goddamn! I'm starting to notice that generational trauma is kind of a thing in this game. Then again, it's pretty prevalent in real life, so the ratio is there. Eris! She didn't fall in love with Aster. She became obsessed with him. Wow. What used to be the utmost height of innocence has now become so much more sinister. And let me tell you, this just keeps painting Aster in a worse and worse light. Because for all we know, he was taking advantage of this. AOAQ. You want some context with that? She stopped being her own person, and she clings to him like a parasite. She changed everything about herself to suit his likes and desires. And you know, deep down in your heart, you know that if he is ever taken away from her, she will fall apart. Ugh. Since I pity you so much, I'll let you in on a little secret. Killing me won't save your daughter, and you don't have the means to confine me. And even if you know who I am, your daughter will never be safe from my influence.
What?
But I suppose there's one possible way to break my contract.
What is it?
My contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. If you truly want to free your daughter from my control, all you have to do is kill her. Do the poor thing a favor and put her out of her misery.
You little wretch! I will hunt you until the end of...
Yeah, seriously. This has been just a one-sided dunk fest the entire time. Come on, man. Let's go. We have a trial to do here.
Enough! Lucio, we cannot antagonize her if you want to find out how this happened.
Is she right? Is Arya's fate truly doomed? There has to be something you can do. I just don't understand, Eris. Why are you doing this? You're not a noble. You're probably not even a citizen of Wyverngard. Why would you go through the trouble of doing any of this? Tyrion, why are you here? Explain. Why do you constantly risk your life for the sake of others? Why do you try to seek justice in a clearly unjust world? I don't know, honestly. I think you do know. The answer's simple. You do it because it satisfies you. You save people. You fight the system. You just love indulging in your own heroics, don't you? That's not... It feels good, doesn't it, Tyrion? You know that you're the only righteous person in an unjust society. When you succeed, you're hailed as a hero. And if you fail, it's society's fault, not yours. No matter what happens, you can take solace in the knowledge that you're so much better than everyone else. That superiority you feel over them must be intoxicating. Your divine blood makes it so. You just can't resist giving into it. But just as your divine blood compels you to do good, my hellish blood compels me to do the opposite. I just can't help but take every opportunity to make you all suffer. My entire purpose is to see each and every one of their faces contorted in agony and despair. Amazing Digital Circus latest episode, anyone? Humanity is a stain on the world. They're worthless parasites who steal, maim, and kill to get what they want. That's all they are. And I despise those who try to pretend they're anything different. You're wrong, Eris. Humanity is so much more than you realize. And I truly pity you if that's all you see in us. Oh, so now it's us? That actually just reminded me. There's something I hate even more than humanity. I despise the Celestials of the upper planes who go against the natural order. They condemn and admonish beings like me, all while watching humanity suffer from their secluded little heaven. They realize that humanity would never willingly choose good over evil, so they created the Heavensborn to tip the balance in their favor. It's so self-indulgent, it makes me want to puke. That's what the Heavensborn are? It is. And I've made it quite a hobby out of breaking them and sending them back to their creators. I throw them in the deepest pit of despair before extinguishing their lives. There's been no greater joy in my eternal life. And it took a lot of work to get you right where I need you, Tyrion. Wait, are you saying... You asked me why I did this, didn't you? My actions that day were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. Also, I could see the despair on your face when you realized the truth. Tyrion? No.
Objection!
Oh? Lucio's stepping up?
That's enough out of you, you witch!
Lucio?
Cuthbert, you promised me that we would save my daughter together!
I'm sorry,
You said those words to me with such conviction! Yet here you stand, quivering like a grunt in his first battle! Are a few meagering doubts enough to force a retreat from you? Is that all it takes to defeat the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert?
Whoa. He's probably desperate at this point. If Eris is the patron, there's very little hope for Arya. Unlike Beatrice's, her blood contract was short and concise. There's very little room for interpretation, so you probably can't dispute it either. What kind of attorney would you be? No. What kind of friend would you be if you didn't see this through? Eris, we didn't call you here today to wax poetic with you. The people you've harmed have a right to know what you did that day. So either give us your testimony or get out. Even now, you're still undeterred. I really do love that about you. But I do wonder how long that will last. Until you get rid of my save function. It's true. I was the one who masterminded this. I knew about the king's funeral at the Grand Cathedral, so I forced Beatrice Freyga to allow me to accompany her. When I was there, I used my contracts with Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. And through the actions of Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind, I facilitated the deaths of Lloyd von Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrick Pierce. The only motivation for my actions that day was to harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. And before you ask, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day. I didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Is that last statement a red herring? Your testimony is pretty thorough. Of course, I am a demon after all. Since I'm unable to lie, I thought it would be best to be as detailed as possible. That way, there's no room for doubt. Isn't that wonderful, Tyrion? She's definitely playing with you. She may not have technically lied, but she's definitely not acting in good faith. We should look at her testimony more closely. All right. We're definitely in the end game now. You're the one who masterminded this. You knew about King's funeral, Grand Cathedral, forced Beatrice Freyga to allow me to accompany her. I was there, used my contracts with Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against her will. Through the actions of both of those two, you facilitated their deaths. Alright, your contracts. What a terrifying ability. Thank you for noticing. That wasn't a compliment. I find it all quite sickening how you demons prey on people. Prey? People know what they're signing up for when they sign a contract with a demon. You can hardly blame me for collecting what was freely offered. Please, we both know that Arya didn't knowingly or willingly sign that contract. Aren't you just assuming that? What? How do you know she didn't knowingly sign a contract with me? My client would never willingly sign a contract with you, Eris. Really? What if I were to threaten her dearest fiancé? You may see Arya as a paragon of justice, but everyone has their breaking point. That's true. Tell us under what circumstances Arya signed the contract. You knew it. She's just trying to get inside your head. Arya would never sign a contract like that, even if it were to protect Aster. Wait, so she's just not gonna say something? Well, the only thing that, the only way that we can use her silence against them was in yes or no situations. So, if I ask a yes or no question and they say silent, obviously the more incriminating one is true. Let's see here. The only motivation was to harm. Whereas, aside from my thralls, I was acting alone that day, didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Why do you need to specify that? To leave less room for doubt. Beatrice used an indirect order to feign innocence in your previous trial, didn't she? But did you work together with anyone to facilitate the massacre? Of course I did. I worked together with Beatrice Freyget and Arya Steelwind. Ugh, you know what I mean, Eris. My apologies. I just can't help myself sometimes. I'll say it clearly so you can be certain. I did not have a contract with anyone that wanted to facilitate any of those murders. Oh, I see. So if Aster is the patron, she didn't have a contract with him because it was her contract that just bound Arya to obey him. I was acting of my own free will. Even when she says it directly, you can't help but doubt everything she says. You'll just need to examine her testimony carefully. She technically can't lie, but she's clearly hidden something in her testimony. Instead of examining the wording of her statements, focus on what she's clearly trying to imply with each statement. You might be able to find a contradiction there. So, I'm guessing it's this statement. You didn't work with anybody. You were acting alone that day. You didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. What can I present? Well, maybe I should press all the other statements and just see. So, she was the one who masterminded this. Actually, you carried out this plan yourself. I had the help of Freyga and Steelwind, so I wasn't truly acting alone. I just can't help myself sometimes. No human willingly helped me with my plan that day. No human willingly helped you with your plan that day. Interesting. So if we're still on this Aster is guilty train, does that mean that Aster is also not human for one reason or another? You know, she can't lie. Probably had a lot of practice deceiving people. Keep your wits about you. How did you find out about it? It was a closely guarded secret. I can't tell you all my secrets, can I? Can't exactly threaten a charge of perjury. Surprised she's even testifying in the first place. You'll just have to play along with her games. Oh, I already explored that one. Alright. Why are you using their full names? You know I can't lie, so I thought I'd give you something. For example, I could have easily referenced another Steelwind or another Freyga that I enthralled. That list is very long, you know. Okay. She has let that spill, didn't she? Ignore her, Lucio. She's trying to get under your skin. Aside from Pierce, Von Sanctus, and Sybil were key members of the Wyvern Guard nobility. What reason could you possibly have to kill the three of them? I didn't. What? I didn't have a reason to kill them. I just happened to facilitate their deaths. But you specifically went after them. I did. But I didn't have any particular reason to do so. That doesn't make any sense. I suppose it doesn't. Anyways, would you like me to add that to my testimony? What? It would help you, wouldn't it? Yeah, go ahead. She is the most unpredictable witness I've ever cross-examined. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically. I just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. You already established that Pierce was killed due to his knowledge of Celeste's parentage. How could you possibly have no motivation to see them dead? Aren't you just assuming that? I'm not. That's the only logical conclusion. And that's where you've made your mistake. You're assuming that I act logically. You're a bit out of your element right now. Every murder you investigated has always followed some kind of logic that you could use to make deductions. But Eris is a different beast entirely. For all you know, she could be completely insane. You might very well be seeing connections that aren't there. Oh, really? Connections that aren't there, huh? She wants to make me suffer. Is something wrong, Tyrion? Went to all this trouble to get your attention. The least you could do is appreciate it.
Enough! Stay on subject, witness!
I'm not complaining about this. If you really wanted to make me suffer, why wouldn't you just go after the people close to me? Oh, but what would be the fun in that? Killing people is such an easy task to accomplish. Even a child can do it. There are much more effective ways to make someone suffer. She's really giving me the Sans treatment, isn't she? You don't really have a reason to kill them specifically. You just needed Arya to kill her victims as quickly as efficiently as possible. So is this extra append? This quite possibly could be a red herring. So her victims? What does her victims mean? My sinus contract, Ruby tomorrow grants the Empress of Discord in their memories. Okay. Lloyd of Sanctus, Coraline Sybil, and Garrett Pierce. You're the one who masterminded this. You know about the King's funeral. You used your contracts with Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind and compelled them to act against their will. Through the actions of Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind, facilitated the deaths of those three. You have reason to kill them specifically. So we have the trapped king. There are traces of illusion magic, so when they hid themselves with the guards, they set this trap. As for the Wyvern Guard, has no blood contract to the Empress of Discord, obviously. Okay, Leif's testimony. They were stopped by the report. Murder of Von Sanctus, so we got that. Arya's blood contract. You have reason to clean us needed to kill victims. When you were there, you used your contracts with Beatrice Freyga and Arya Steelwind to compel them to act against their will. Ah! I need to do that. Why do I keep on reaching for that one when I want to present? So, Arya's blood contract. Nah, didn't think so. Wait, what did she say? What did she say when I presented? Hold on a second. Let me present something wrong again. Let me see. I can at least try. Eris, it's clear that your testimony is contradictory. Sorry, but that wasn't the correct answer. Did you notice how the music didn't stop? Yep. She's staring right at me. By the way, I'm still waiting for them to follow up on the fact that when she first broke the fourth wall, she mined my name out of my computer and talked to me directly. She didn't say Tyrion. She said she called me out because that was the name that I put on my PC. What? You're a little lost about what she's saying, but she is right. That wasn't the contradiction you were looking for. Yes, you need Arya to kill your victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Nope. You have a different interpretation, but I'll let me figure things out. Alright. What's this different interpretation? Lay it on me. Harm Tyrion Cuthbert's friends and make him suffer. So what is contradictory? Aside from your thralls, you were acting alone that day. You didn't follow direct or indirect orders from anyone. Well, you didn't follow any orders, but did you issue any orders? Maybe that's... Nope. I'm guessing because we appended this to the testimony, that it's what I need to present on, but because of what they keep on saying about Eris mucking with my expectations, that might not be the case. As quickly... Oh wait, you needed Arya to kill your victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. Okay. So maybe there's a contradiction that... Because a lot of these murders were kind of disastrous in terms of how they were carried out. So which one was the most disastrous? This one is pretty straightforward. Or maybe... Wait. The murderer's route. Yeah, judging from each time of death, the murder went from the common... It wasn't the most direct route. There has to be an explanation for that. Wow! I can't believe it. The moment I actually dug my heels in, I actually got it. That's cool. I actually figured that out. Thank you for believing in me, chat. Eris, you said that you needed Arya to kill them as quickly and efficiently as possible. But that's not exactly what happened, did it? Yes. It appears I underestimated your little bodyguard. Things lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. That's not what I was referring to. Oh? You said that you needed Arya to kill them as efficiently as possible. But that doesn't really match with what happened to Garrick Pierce, does it? Is that so? Now look at her face. Why does she look so happy? Hey Q, was that what you figured out? That the murders weren't as efficient as Eris described? Eris, unlike the murderers of Von Sanctus and Sybil, Pierce was murdered with a blade frozen with magic. It's such an extremely convoluted way to kill someone. It only makes sense if you were trying to hide the evidence. That clearly wasn't your intent. I agree. So why would I do that?
For the love of God, woman! Can you stop speaking in riddles?
I have no love for any god, aside from myself. Wherever she is, Madara Katone just got shivers. She's behaving differently than she was during her testimony. She's being vague. Is she still hiding something? Okay, stop getting baited by her words and take a moment to think about this logically. She's very good at misdirecting you and playing with everyone's emotions. So stick to the facts that you know for certain. In her testimony, she said the following. I didn't really have a reason to kill them specifically, just needed Arya to kill my victims as quickly and efficiently as possible. She could have been trying to mislead you. Which phrase did Eris use to mislead you? No, considering who she is, she's definitely trying to mislead you. Kill them specifically. Could that change the meaning of the entire phrase? She didn't have a reason to kill 3 specific victims, but she might have had a reason to kill in general. Seems like a stretch, though. She did say that she did all this for you. Did she set all this up so you would have a mystery to solve? Ugh, too difficult to read her demented mindset. Perhaps one of her other phrases is something you can use. Didn't really have a reason to kill my victims as quickly as efficiently as possible. My victims? Ah, so there was a right answer there. She said her victims instead of the victims. Small distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And you recall Marunoth using a similar trick during Beatrice's trial, which can only mean the victims of the case aren't the same as her victims. Eris, which of the people in this case were your victims? Well, considering what happened, you could say that everyone at the cathedral that day was my victim. Yes, but who was killed directly by Beatrice Freyga or Arya Steelwind? I knew it. You're hiding something, aren't you? If that's what you think, it's definitely possible. Ugh, get on with the vague answers. Why was she even agree to testify in the first place? There's nothing any of you can threaten her with. Nothing you can permanently harm her. She could have easily gone into hiding. She never had to come here, which means she wanted to come here. But why? Just tell me, Eris, who killed Lloyd von Sanctus? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Coraline Sybil? Arya Steelwind. And who killed Garrick Pierce? Why are you staying silent?
Out with it, demon! Who killed Garrick Pierce?
I refuse to answer. She's doing this on purpose. In her own obnoxious way, she's trying to guide you to the truth. For what purpose? Who killed Garrick Pierce? She's refusing to answer the question. That must mean the answer is different from her previous answers. Freyga? She did it? An unknown person? Not Arya Steelwind, or the way she would have said something. Beatrice Freyga seems a little bit obvious. But the obvious thing has been the answer so many times. Yep, okay. She's admitting to the murders that she used Arya and Beatrice for. And, an unknown person? An unknown person killed Garrick Pierce. So it was... I mean... It could have been anyone in that cathedral, but, yeah. Who else would have a reason to... Celeste? So it's not Eris, it's not Arya, it's not Beatrice. I mean, I don't know how or why, but you're in Eris' spot, you just stay silent for some questions at random, even if you can answer them without compromising your plans. I wonder if demons can't implicitly lie through silence. That way, Cuthbert here can't use deductive reasoning to figure out the hidden truths. Well, the thing is, I think Eris's plan is not to play dirty, but just to weave such an intricate web and to make such a convoluted maze out of only what's true that it breaks his spirit. So she's not. So at no point is she playing dirty. She's just being she's playing like six-dimensional chess right now, and she wants to help him at every turn, so that way he knows he has everything he needs in order to solve the mystery, but he just can't get there because she commit the perfect crime. At least that's what I've noticed. She is extremely helpful. It's just that the game is not rigged. It's just that difficult. But yeah. What if Celeste either had a moment of weakness or hallucinated? What if she got the Mage Blight? Oh no. Alright, we're gonna keep on moving. If this is going where you think it's going, Eris is horrible. I think you just thought about what I just thought about. I'm just trying to think of the setup for what I'm thinking about, but I'm not going to ruin it for anybody who's watching this after the fact. Eris, you're not the patron described in Arya's contract, are you? Who knows? I never confirmed or denied that.
Are you serious? I go sick of your games, Damon!
You knew it. The murders were too politically motivated to have been completely random. You can unequivocally prove the patron's identity by issuing a divine edict. But because of the risk of getting it wrong, that just leaves you right where you started. Who is the patron, Eris? Who's responsible for all of this? You want me to find out the truth, so why are you staying silent? Because it will be so much better when you discover it yourself. That means you already have the evidence you need to do so. You felt it, haven't you? Ever since the investigation started, you felt a nagging feeling in the back of your mind, haven't you? What? How did you... It's right in front of you, Tyrion. You're just refusing to see it. You're refusing to see who I made a contract with that day.
You made your contract with the patron on that day?
Even with the eye of a god, you're still blinded by your human sentimentality. So think through it carefully. Who killed Garrick Pierce that day? Okay, think through this. Let everything else disappear from the world and only think about the facts. If Eris wasn't the patron, that means that someone else was controlling Arya's actions, but they still coordinated with Eris, who had control of Beatrice. In an extremely roundabout way, Eris admitted that Arya was used to kill Von Sanctus and Sybil. When the Patron killed those two, they were able to effectively counter every magical defense they brought up. What do we already know about the Patron through the first two murders? They knew Von Sanctus still needed oxygen in his force cage, and they knew Sybil could drown if she was frozen by hold creature and affected by stone skin. Wallace, from Chapter 2? Well, he hasn't been missing for the whole game. He had a cameo as Steelwind's caretaker after she was assaulted. The Patron is experienced in using lethal magic. They're well versed in using magic lethally. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses. Yeah, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively. But things changed when they murdered Pierce. Eris implied that neither Arya nor Beatrice killed Pierce. So did the Patron kill him personally? Okay. So either the Patron was trying to pin this, that the Patron was trying to deflect, or the Patron was carrying out their murder completely unironically. But why? They already had control of Arya. I would imagine the entire point of enthralling her would be to hide their own involvement. Did they become impatient because Celeste was holding her ground against Arya? No. Beatrice was already able to slip past them. That's how she was able to knock you and Pierce out with a sleep spell at 2:30 p.m. Why didn't Eris use Beatrice to kill Pierce? If the Patron was coordinating with Eris, she could have easily had Beatrice kill Pierce. The murderer wanted to kill Pierce personally. Oh no! Oh no! Moderator Catone was not joking when she said that this was going places. I don't know where this is going, but it is about to go there. Does that mean Pierce's murder was more emotionally driven than the other two? That might explain why the method used to murder him was so contrived. Apparently, it's right there. So what aren't you seeing? Whoever did this, they murdered Von Sanctus and Sybil, and those two were house leaders of the Four Pillars. In a way, they both represented corrupt parts of our kingdom's government. Von Sanctus essentially got away with murdering just in a way, and Sybil clearly had an apathetic approach to remedying the corruption within the justice system. But the biggest clue you have is the one that Eris indirectly gave you. They were all for you, my dearest Tyrion. The despair in your face when you realize the truth. Oh. This is a deep cut! The truth. She wants you to discover it. At first, you thought she was trying to make you feel guilty for what happened. But if that were true, she wouldn't still be here. There's something else that she wants you to realize. Because it will throw you into despair somehow. Alright. Am I catching on? I'm catching on. I don't think I am all the way to the very top of this ladder, but I know what's gonna make Tyrion fall into despair. So, let's just keep on keeping on, shall we? Through the way they controlled Arya, they were creative and skilled at using magic. They must have been constantly exposed to creative uses of magic. Not to mention, Basically, there was one portion in this game where Tyrion could have fallen into despair, but he didn't, and now Aerys is coming back to finish the job. Not to mention, they somehow personally handed a blood contract to Arya and had her sign it. Going by what you know, Arya was either threatened or tricked into signing that blood contract, so whoever did this must have had the strength to threaten her, or they were deeply trusted by her. In addition to that, it must have been close to the prayer room when the attack happened. And lastly, they must have had an emotional grudge against Garrick Pierce. They're leading the horse to the water, but this is gonna be a bitter, bitter drink. Who did Aerys make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Let's be wrong first. Oh, look at this. No. It has to be Aster. It has to be. No. 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 But look at this. Tyrion knows. He's just waiting for us. He's waiting for us to admit to it. What? No. That's not... It's the most logical conclusion with what you know thus far. Who did Aerys... Oh no, they're really forcing us to do this. They're doing us the Metal Gear Solid 4 tunnel scene. No, it can't be. That's not... Aerys wanted to make you suffer, but you can't run away from this. You owe it to Arya. Oh, pulling the trigger in Snake Eater. Yeah, that's way better. That's... Whenever I think of gameplay integration, I think of Metal Gear Solid 4 crawling through that the microwave. You owe it to everyone within Wyvern Guard to see this through. You need to follow through, no matter how painful it is. Who did Aerys make a blood contract with on the day of the murder? Stop it! It has to be someone else! She would never! Can you think of anyone else? Who else could Aerys have chosen? Who else could she have chosen that would make you feel like this? Is it supposed to be someone else, or is this just gameplay integration into storytelling? Damn it. Damn it! Ah! Your scream of anguish echoes throughout the ruins. Everyone is caught off guard and stares at you in confusion.
What? What is it? Is everything okay, Mr. Cuthbert?
Tyrion, are you? You can feel your eyes well up as you look at her. One look at your expression tells her everything she needs to know. There it is. You've realized it, haven't you? I've been waiting for this moment for so long.
What are you talking about? Explain!
Mr. Cuthbert, what have you discovered? Tell them, Tyrion. Tell them who did this. Issue your divine edict right now. You want it to be wrong. You've never wanted anything more in your entire life. Nothing would make you happier than having this edict fail, even if it were to cost you your life. But you know the truth. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord, Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Say it! Say her name so that everyone can hear it! Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with... Celeste McCoy. I'm alive! Shit. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Tyrion was killed by Beatrice, and Eris leveraged that to make the blood contract with Celeste. Or the apparent death of Tyrion. So maybe Tyrion didn't die, but Celeste was just so desperate that she formed the blood contract. Oh man. With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the Empress of Discord shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall eternally be bound to the abyssal hells. As a part of her servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors. And lastly, it is stipulated that Celeste McCoy, of her own volition and agency, shall bring about the demise of Garrett Pierce by her own hand. Afterwards, Tyrion Cuthbert's consciousness will be restored. Oh no. So, the apparent death. So, Tyrion might not have died, and his consciousness will be restored, not his life. That's what I'm assuming, but we'll see what comes through. You sure he didn't die? Probably know why, but you'll keep your mouth shut. I think I know too. I'll also keep my mouth shut for dramatism. I died? Tyrion, I'm sorry,
What the hell is going on? Demon! What is the meaning of this?
It's exactly what it looks like. The patron you've been looking for has been right in front of you the entire time. Oh my god.
There's McCoy. Did you sign a blood contract to the Empress of Discord?
No, that's a forgery that I just summoned up. Tyrion can't die before he gets that happy ending we've wanted since seeing the box art. Precisely. Nail on the head. I did. It was the only thing that would save Tyrion. What? I never fought Arya. I fought Beatrice and Eris. Pardon me? They broke past me and ran into the prayer room. But the person they killed wasn't Pierce. It was you. Tyrion, you... She can't even bring herself to say it. Do you realize now, Tyrion? Stop it. Celeste McCoy is the most important person in your life. She was the last person you had that hadn't betrayed you. And she signed away her soul to me, also that she could save you. Why the somber look, Lucio? Weren't you going to, execute the patron the moment you knew who they were?
McCoy, does this mean what I think it means?
Yes. I'm the one who tricked Arya into signing that blood contract. What? How could you? I was so stupid. When I made that deal with her, I didn't expect her to... She used that contract to make you act against your will?
So, it wasn't just Miss Steelwind and Miss Frago who controlled that die.
You realize it, don't you, Lucio? As long as the contract with the patron exists, your daughter will always be vulnerable to my influence. You can't kill me, so there's only one solution to free your daughter.
I must execute Celeste McCoy.
What? Here's the thing, though. We still don't know if Celeste is the patron. There are people talking and willing things outside. So, it is true that Eris has a blood contract with Celeste, which, oh my god. But the patron of the contract can still be someone else, because Celeste goaded Arya into signing the contract, but nowhere have we given the connection that the patron is Celeste. So the Aster as the patron theory is still alive and well, my friends.
Understand one thing, Mr. Cuthbert. After what you've done for my daughter, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. But I will do whatever is necessary to protect her!
Yeah. Rathalion has had to work those chords this stream.
Lucio, we can't act rashly.
I'll let you all in on one little demonic secret. It doesn't matter if you can find her within a prison. The patron will be able to take control of Arya, no matter where she is. But if you kill her, Arya will finally be free from my control. Do it. What? What are you saying? I should have done this from the beginning. When I realized what happened, I should have just come forward and admitted to what I did. But I kept holding on to the hope that it was all some kind of trick. I prayed, and I prayed for the patron to be someone else. Tyrion, I was hoping you'd find something that would prove that all of this wasn't my fault. You finally found the culprit you've been looking for, and it absolutely breaks your heart. That nagging feeling you've been experiencing is because you subconsciously refuse to believe that she would betray you like this. Actually, it still hasn't gone away. That uneasiness is still there. Are you still in denial? No. This is different.
I suppose there's no reason to continue with this.
But what?
I sympathize with your position, Cuthbert. But even McCoy recognizes what must be done. It's over. And I will not allow this demon to control my daughter any longer.
You can't just...
Kingsguard, restrain him.
Wait!
Lucio!
That's enough! Hey! The Arya Steelwind objection. What kind of court is this? To everyone's surprise, Arya leapt from the platforms above and landed right on the witness stand. She forcibly pushed Eris out of the way, something that catches even her off guard. Arya? I'm so sorry, Celeste, you are innocent until proven guilty. I won't let anyone pass judgment on you until that is unequivocally proven. But Arya, I did this!
Arya! What are you doing?
How dare you, father? What? How could you possibly think that you have the right to decide who lives and who dies? If you were actually a prosecutor, I would file for your immediate disbarment. And you, Mr. Cuthbert, how can you just stand there? Me? You're Celeste's attorney. Isn't it your job to defend her until her last breath? I didn't see the truth because I didn't want to believe it. I almost let it slip away from me because of my own personal feelings. I almost put you at risk. As much as it pains me to do, I need to approach this objectively. Tyrion, to hell with that! What? Justice may be blind, but it's not heartless. I see it in her eyes whenever she's with you, Tyrion. You mean the world to her. She consigned her very soul to hell to protect you. If you abandon her when she needs you most, I will never forgive you. Tyrion, Celeste, can you testify about what happened? What? But Arya's right. We need to do this properly.
I agree, and I will not pass judgment until we have determined exactly what happened.
It's obvious he wants to be done with this as soon as possible. And even if he controls the Kingsguard, the rest of the room is clearly against him.
Fine. Do as you wish. The moment we're certain of the truth, I will do what is necessary. Very well. Miss McCoy, please take the stand.
Celeste, Tyrion, can you testify about what you did that day? Yeah. Oh?
Wait, what?
The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories, Tyrion. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. We went to the prayer room a lot earlier for a meeting, and that commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. They tricked me and slipped into the prayer room. After that, Beatrice killed you. What was it, the glitch? Is the first statement a lie now, or is all of it? I didn't know what to do. That's when Eris told me she would resurrect you in exchange for killing Pierce. I know I shouldn't have done it, but I just wanted you back. I didn't care about what happened to me. I didn't realize that she'd use my eternal servitude to take control of my body. She used me to trick Ari into signing another blood contract. After that, I followed through with my end of the deal. I killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. Wait. Why would she say bring Tyrion back? A nagging feeling is still there. There's something off about her testimony.
Well, on with it then. Begin your cross-examination, Cuthbert.
Gladly. She rewrote my memories? I didn't realize until after you woke up and gave your statement to the Inquisition. She must have changed your memories when she resurrected you. Eris has the power to take control of people against her will. She clearly has the power to bring people back from the dead. And that's true, you can't even trust your own memories. Wait. I thought she could only rewrite the memories of people that she was in control of. I thought Eris could only rewrite the memories of the people that she had a blood contract with. Unless... Hold on a second. Didn't have control of Arya then. Does that mean you never fought her? She had to create an alibi. The Inquisition arrested her because of your... Wow, okay. The testimonies of Prince Alaric and High Speaker also implicate her. Istio also knew she was compromised due to finding the purple mark in her pocket. These would have ended the same regardless of her testimony. What did Freyga and Demon do? How did they trick you so easily? When you see what was going on, you only saw Eris and Beatrice standing over the guards' bodies. They acted like someone else had killed them. Then they lied to me and said that they wanted to go into the prayer room for protection. That's when Beatrice... How did Beatrice kill me? She used some kind of necromancy spell, but it didn't physically wound you. It was already cold, your heart was stopped. She used necrotic blight. That's why Lord Asclepius said that I had traces of necromancy on me. She must have lied about trying to heal you as well. That was her goal from the very beginning. She wanted you to make a deal with her as well so she could make you suffer. Stop. Just don't. Yeah. This isn't exactly something that we press or object to, but it's more schmaltz. Be plenty of time for that later. She used her to trick Arya. That part was written in a slightly misleading way. Was the thought that the Empress would whisk her away to serve her in hell. Instead, she took control immediately after. Should have known better. How did you trick her? You didn't have full control of your actions, but you remember what happened. She probably wanted to watch what she was using you to do. You told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. What was the whole thing again? I told Arya that Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the contract to make it look like a request for an appeal. And since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Yeah. Why would Celeste... Well... You didn't really... she used me to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. But Thing is, what do I present to contradict that? Let's see, where is Arya's contract? The blood contract seems strange, unlike Beatrice's contract, it's only one page.
Objection!
Nope, that's not contradictory. Using the trick and then assign another blood contract. The compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind in the Empress's endeavors.
Objection!
Nope, that's not it either. She used you to trick Arya into signing another blood contract. Something doesn't seem right about that. So what could it be? What could be the contradicting piece of evidence?
Objection!
Nope. Something seems fundamentally wrong about this. But how do I do that using evidence? It's not, it's less testimony. Died at 2:45 p.m. Shard of frozen liquid. Transmutation magic, conjuration magic. Several knights in the Kingsguard are found unconscious after the body is found. They're unresponsive. You're actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. She was attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. It just killed you. They signposted that this is a statement to died at 2:45 p.m. in the prayer room. Cause of death was blood loss. The wound also shows traces of heavy transmutation magic and conjuration were found throughout the room. And what does what does your contract say again? So it really took an hour for Celeste to get Arya to sign her contract and then kill Pierce? From 1:15 to 1:40, asked her to Wyvern Garden and Arya Steelwind spoke with the High Speaker about their upcoming wedding. 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't know Aster would ask where she was going. Jet, you got anything? Otherwise, I'm just gonna start going down the list. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. Oh, is it this simple? Nope, it's not that simple. Alright, what you got for me? Might not be a good hint, but you'll still give it anyways. Go for it. I'm pulling the audience. I'm getting some participation going here. Remember all the times that I was given. Yeah, you're actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. They're attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. I've been investigating the times. I just don't know what exactly is happening here. Now let's see Celeste McCoy and Arya stealing. Oh, wait. Okay. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards outside the prayer room. They did not see Celeste McCoy and Arya stealing. This all happened at 3:10. You killed Pierce so that she would bring Tyrion back. She's sincere. She wouldn't intentionally lie about something like this. Something she does doesn't match up with the evidence you have. You examine her statements more closely. Something about what she said sounds fundamentally wrong. So the thing is... Oh, wait. So... Okay. I think I know now. It was, yeah. Testimony. Someone else's testimony. Who was it? Who was it? It was the one where, let me see. Who was it that gave the testimony about Arya immediately just walking away? From 1:15 to 1:40 p.m., Aster de Wyvern Guard and Arya Steelwind spoke with the Hightower, the Anarchists, about their upcoming wedding. At 1:40 p.m., Steelwind abruptly left the meeting and didn't answer Aster when she asked where she was going. Yeah. So, that was the moment where Arya was probably put under the blood contract. Nope, that's not it. They felt nauseous and went to the western balcony. She lost consciousness. They regained consciousness in the prayer room when she heard says unconscious body. Not cast any magic before she's... Nope. Do you have it figured out, though? Or was that hint just the extent of it? And I don't think it was this. Nope. Certain characters' location not being consistent with the testimonies. Where did this happen anyway? Did she say? Aria, but Pierce was demanding a plea deal in exchange for telling me who my parents were. Eris made Beatrice put an illusion over the spell, and since Pierce was convicted for killing my father, she respected my wishes. Well, based off of your guess, is it am I trying to present on the right statement, or is it a different statement? Present a testimony. A lot earlier for a meeting, the commotion we heard was actually Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 1:40 p.m. You're actually... The truth is that Eris rewrote your memories. You were actually knocked out at 1:45 p.m. Oh! An illusion, regardless, that means she shall now enter the prayer room at 2:30 p.m.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
Nope. Dang. This one's got my goat. When the Inquisition arrived at the scene, they spotted the unconscious guards inside the prayer room. They did not see Celeste, McCoy, and Arya Steelman. The Inquisition discovered something was wrong when they alerted Rival Guard reported that the fire had broken out of the common room. Golden Arya Steelman cast a spell on him earlier that debilitated his senses. The fire started there, but when he asked Steelman what was going on, the spell blurred his vision.
Objection!
Nope. I'm lost. I was actually knocked out at 145. Beatrice and Eris attacking the guards at 140. Anyone know where Beatrice was at 140? Oh wait, this one maybe. Until 2 p.m. Yeah, they were accounted for in the garden until 2 p.m. There we go. There we go. It was the one piece of evidence that I was not looking at. Once again, I keep on being told to look at all of my evidence and don't just go off of things. And the one piece of evidence that I wasn't looking at was the one. Celeste, according to you, we heard a commotion at 1:40 p.m. You went out to investigate, and that's when you saw Eris and Beatrice. Yeah, I lied all about my fight against Arya. Or even fought her. That's true. How do you explain that discrepancy? You can't trust your own memories, but Leif shouldn't have been affected. Thing is, Celeste, something about your timeline doesn't match the evidence. Really? I was pretty sure of the time. We were supposed to be at the meeting at 1:45 p.m. Wait, what did you just say? Our meeting with Pierce was scheduled for 1:45 p.m., right?
What's wrong, Mr. Cuthbert?
Celeste, there's something fundamentally off about your testimony. What? But I swear I'm not lying. Your timeline of what happened is completely off. A lot of your testimony doesn't match what we've learned thus far. Firstly, it's about the exact time you saw Eris and Beatrice. According to you, you saw them at 1:40 p.m., but Leif, Miriam, and Asclepius didn't lose track of them until 2 p.m. What? When did they say that? What are you talking about? You were there with me when we spoke to them. I know. I was paying really close attention. I needed to see how close you were to finding me out. So, why can't I remember? She can't remember.
Cuthbert, judging by what happened to you, Eris Ilmater clearly doesn't need a contract to affect people's memories.
Alright, there you go. There goes that theory.
It's possible she changed the memories of Leif Freyga and her entourage.
It's not just that, Lucio. There's something else that Select is clearly remembering differently that contradicts a physical piece of evidence. Which physical piece of evidence contradicts Celeste's memories? Celeste, this letter from Garrett Pierce told us to meet him in the prayer room at 2 p.m. What? Eris may have changed my memories, but changing a physical piece of evidence is a different thing entirely.
But we don't know the full extent of her capabilities. Can we really rule that out? You were unconscious. Ilmater had plenty of time to access your body and your belongings.
At this point, anything is possible. Eris is far too unpredictable to say for sure. But Lucio's right. Eris could have gone around doing whatever she wanted. She could have wiped the memories of every witness who saw the crimes, and she could have manipulated the crime scenes however she wished. If she had done so, there would be logical inconsistencies. Until Celeste was revealed as the patron, every piece of evidence you found or deducted has been logically consistent. Contradictions in what Celeste is saying could be explained by Eris changing several elements of the crime. What explains Celeste's contradicting memories of what happened is a far simpler explanation. Eris Ilmater changed the evidence left by Celeste McCoy. It's possible that Eris is some kind of omnipresent being that actually changed details in a whim. The far simpler explanation... Wait. Arya Steelwind changed the evidence? What explains Celeste contradicting... Well, Eris Ilmater changed the memories of Celeste. Celeste, Eris currently has your eternal servitude. If she can manipulate my memories, what's to say she's not manipulating your memories right now? I guess that's possible. But why would she even bother doing that? She wouldn't need to do that Unless she still has something to hide.
Are you serious? What more is there left for her to hide?
Whatever it is, it was important enough to make drastic changes to Celeste's memories. Wait. If that's true, that means Celeste's true memories will tell us exactly what we need to know. But even if you're right, I can't remember what really happened. She has full control of my mind. That doesn't matter. It's just like every cross-examination we've ever done. If you keep testifying, she'll keep changing your memories to tell more lies. If we keep pointing them out, we'll eventually arrive at the truth. Celeste? It really is obnoxious how resilient you are. What? Why can't you all just give up already? Eris? Is that you? What are you? Unfortunately, your little interrogation ends here.
Kingsguard! What are you doing? Destroy Ilmater's body!
Too late, Lucio. I win.
Okay.
Celeste?
Damn it!
What? So we really were circling around on the finality of it all? And so Eris just flips the table now? Eris, what'd you do to her? I put her to sleep, just as I did with Beatrice.
You... Why would you do such a thing, Ilmater?
What do you mean? I did it for the same reason I do anything. What would make Tyrion suffer more than putting his love in an eternal sleep? If you wanted that, you would have just done that from the beginning. You're hiding something. I know it.
Damn it! We can't extract any information from her like this. The only person who can tell us what we need to know
is Celeste. Well, good luck getting anything out of her like this. Ever since you discovered the truth about what she did, one possibility has been floating around in your mind. But is it even possible? No. It doesn't matter if it's possible. Eris Ilmater. What is it? What would happen if I nullified Celeste's blood contract? You know what I'm anticipating? An argument coming up. And if an argument happens and I don't safety save, that could put me back a long way. Assuming there's even anything to dispute, everything granted by the contract would be reversed. And I don't think you fully understand what that means. Lucio.
What is it?
Your men know where Ruby Tamora's law office is, right?
They do? Where are you going with this?
You'll need an attorney to cross-examine Celeste's testimony. She owes me, and she'll be able to finish this on my behalf. Wait. And tell her, I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise. You're not serious about... Oh, wow. Eris actually has a shocked expression. Oh. Am I about to do a really risky maneuver, or I'm about to deprive Eris of her joy by doing the one thing? Yeah. She wanted to put me into despair, so I'm about to deprive her of her little morsel when it was at its most tender. For some reason, that shocked art ages her up like 10 years. I am one of the eldest evils that ever lived. I would never create a faulty contract. Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. Wait, you know I can't speak lies, correct? By the eyes of Horus, I demand the opportunity to dispute Celeste McCoy's blood contract. I'll state it plainly then. There'll be no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy's contract was written without flaw. I don't care. What? Celeste sacrificed her life to save mine. How could I ever face her again if I didn't do the same for her? You're insane! You're risking death for nothing!
Why are you so nervous?
Maybe this is pointless, but I will never stop fighting for her. I don't care about all the safety saves. You can snicker at me all you want. There is an argument coming up, and it is gonna be a doozy. Stop this! That shock dart is delicious, by the way. I can't help myself. I am only human, after all. Once you pass this point, you will not be able to save your game for a while. Ha! Oh, the Court of Azathoth. Well then, it is recommended that you make a save file now. They knew. Out of everything that this game has done to show its Ace Attorney inspirations on its sleeve, this screen right here is the one screen that shows beyond everything that this game was created by Ace Attorney fans for Ace Attorney fans. The Forbidden Head Pat. Yes. Would you like to save your progress? Oh! Oh! I see. Well, is this it? Is this the final stretch? I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits. But it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. Yep, this is the monologue at the beginning. I was good at it. A little too good. People told me that taking lives of others would be hard. But I never felt that uneasiness. Not once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. And maybe I am. But the time I spent with you, it filled me with more happiness than I could have ever dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could save them alongside you. It felt good to protect you. It felt needed when you were the one relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And whenever I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? They actually allow me to save during this. In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. I don't understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? I really don't understand. Why would you go this far for me? It's good to see you too. Ow! What was that for? You know what it's for, you jerk! I literally had to sign my soul away to hell to keep you alive. And you just threw your life away? What else was I supposed to do? Should I have just let Lucio kill you? Yes! That's exactly what you should have done. It's a lot better than gambling away your life. I was never going to go along with that. Do you even know me? Oh my god, this is why I couldn't tell you the truth. Because I knew you'd do something stupid like this. You know I always get to the truth in the end. All you did was make that process extremely frustrating. But could have gotten away with it. You couldn't even beat me at chess. How are you going to hide a murder from me? Oh, why, I oughta... Tyrion, I killed Pierce. I know. At first, I tried to justify it by saying he would die in 1 month anyways. And what's his life compared to yours, right? But when I look at him just lying there unconscious, I just got so angry. So I woke him up. What? I wanted him to experience a fraction of the pain that my dad felt. Someone like him didn't deserve a peaceful death. So I... Celeste? You... hate me, don't you? This time, I'm the disgusting murderer you've been looking for. So why couldn't you just let me die? Do you honestly think I care for you that little? What? You are, and always will be, extremely important to me. One betrayal won't change how I feel about it. One betrayal won't change how I feel about you. Tyrion, So you're not getting rid of me that easily. I'll always be there when you need me. And no matter where you go, we're going there together. One thing that I always, whenever I see the word together, whenever I see the phrase "we're going together," I always see the word together, and I break it out into 3 words: to get her. So Tyrion, he says, we're going there together, but we're also going there to get her. We're going there to get her, Celeste! Well, I think we might be heading to a pretty bad place. Well, I'm not one to celebrate a victory prematurely. But if you're already admitting defeat, I won't let the gift horse in the mouth. Eris. I can't believe you brought me here. I will never hear the end of this from my father. Where are we? The courtroom of the gods. The place where truth and reality are determined. The court of Azathoth. I'll give you one last chance, Tyrion. You made a rash decision, but I can still send you back. Even now, she's still trying to dissuade you. Why is she so intent on making you give up? You're nervous, aren't you? Is that so? There's a reason why you didn't want me to bring you here, and I'm going to find out what. Your persistence was endearing at first, but now it's honestly really annoying. I suppose we'll have to do this the hard way then. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh! I actually picked the right time to do a safety save. Let's go. You should have taken my offer when you had the chance. The only way to nullify my contract is to unequivocally prove that its conditions weren't fulfilled. So says the words of Asmodeus. Asmodeus? By his word, demons are incapable of telling lies. You're out of your element, Tyrion. This is my domain. Contract may be without flaw, but it doesn't mean we can't negotiate its terms. Doesn't matter if your contract is perfect, I'm not leaving here until you relinquish Celeste's soul. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there wouldn't be no need for a court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. We can't negotiate its terms. That seems kind of weak. The only thing that makes sense to me is her rationalizing. Sounds like I got it right. If disputing a blood contract was truly impossible, there would be no need for this court to exist. Demons are powerful, but they aren't omniscient. They can't possibly be aware of contradicting circumstances they may be created when they make a contract. You're hiding something. Something you desperately need to keep hidden. You even went as far as to knock out Celeste before we could get that information from her. Oh, really now? You tried to confound the investigation by manipulating Celeste's memories. But the contradiction in her testimony proves one thing. She didn't see you and Beatrice enter the prayer room until 2 p.m. at the earliest. Your so-called contradiction is based on the testimony of Leif Freyga. How are you so sure that her testimony is reliable? It's supported by the testimonies of Miriam and Lord Asclepius. They were all together at the time. Their testimony is sound. Oh, really? It looks like you've made a contradiction. Explain. Leif Freyga, Miriam Freyga, and Lazarus Asclepius encounter an illusion, and that illusion makes their testimonies unreliable. So says the word of Asmodeus. What? An illusion? What kind of illusion? Who knows? My statement still stands. You can't just expect us to accept your claims without any evidence. I can't speak lies, Tyrion. Every statement that comes out of my mouth has to be true. I don't need any proof. In this court, the only thing that matters is what's true and what is false. And the word of Asmodeus says that Leif's testimony is unreliable. Damn it. She can just say whatever she wants without having to prove any context. But she only said that Leif was tricked. She didn't specify an exact time. What else proves that Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m.? There's something else that proves Leif didn't begin her search until 2 p.m. What proves that Leif didn't start her search until 2 p.m.? Let's see here. Okay, However, they were stopped by the Kingsguard, who reported that a glyph of contingency had just trapped Aster to Wyverngard in a force cage. Okay. Maybe that's it. When they started their search, could be it. Let's see. Letter from Garrett Pierce, the maps, less testimony. The autopsy report, 245, 218, 205. Cause of death of suffocation, the fire in the common room, burnt the body. Okay. When was, So, Celeste's contract... No, we still don't know when Celeste's contract was made. There's some compendiums, let's see. Leon Arceus was on the way. Wasn't able to see, okay. Soundproof room, debris near the balcony, Virgilius's alibi. I was on it. I was? Died at 2:05 p.m. The cause of death was suffocation. The fire in the common room burnt the body too much. Trace of abjuration magic were... Was it that one, or was I hanging on something else? Because this was... Because the, in order for him to die at 2:05 p.m., then... He died, like, because Arya was signed to the contract. Wait. Is it this one? Because I'm thinking that this time of death is way too early for Eris and Beatrice to get away any earlier. Remember, it should be that one. Nope. Let me see then. Prayer room cause of death was shard. Frozen blade. It was Aster getting trapped. At 2 p.m., Aster Wyverngar would pay his respects to the father's coffin. Oh. At 2 p.m., Master de Wyverngar went to pay his respects to his father's coffin. She got interrupted by the guards telling her about it, which we know happened at 2. Regardless of when it happened, Leif and her party went to search for Beatrice after you two went missing. Do you confirm or deny that? I won't deny it. Perfect. Whoever set that trap, they set it to trigger whenever Aster approached his father's body, and it didn't trigger until 2 p.m. Leif and her party were about to search for Beatrice when the Kingsguard informed them of what happened. Mind you, the Kingsguard did this immediately after the trap was sprung. Since Leif was about to begin her search when this happened, Beatrice couldn't have gone missing until that time. And once again, you're predicating that on Aster's testimony. Not just him, Eris. Several members of the Kingsguard witnessed this. True, and that is why I'll respond with this. An activated force cage did not trap Aster de Wyverngar during or after 1:50 p.m. So says the word of Asmodeus. But how? A testimony comes from multiple people. Are you saying the trap was sprung earlier than that? Don't you remember, Tyrion? I can manipulate the memories of people who have a blood contract with me, but I'll give you a little clue. The Empress of Discord made contracts with multiple Knights of the Kingsguard, so says the word of Asmodeus. What? I tampered with their memories. You can't trust their accounts of what happened. How many people did you make contracts with? Yes. Little Lady Steelwind has been investigating my work for the last few months, but I've had my talons in Wyverngar for far longer than that. I've been preparing for this for quite some time. But even the Kingsguard, no one is safe from temptation. Everyone has a price. Your little girlfriend should know that better than anyone. Still, there has to be something. I still have more evidence. Oh, really? Whose testimony will you be relying on this time? You can present all the evidence you want. Most of what you have is based on eyewitness accounts. Even so, you can't possibly have made a contract with everyone there. Who is the one person that we have actually determined she does not have a blood contract with? Many people died in order for me to get this information. I should know. I was one of them. Let's check that again, shall we? It's possible that I have a blood contract with everyone present during the massacre. So says the word of Asmodeus. Are you kidding me? But you only said it's possible. You never said that it actually happened. You're the one disputing my contract, Tyrion. The burden of the proof is on you. That's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly verify a statement like that? It's simple. Issue a divine edict to each person who is at the cathedral. You know he can't do that. If he gets it wrong even once, he'll die. That sounds more like your problem than mine. Damn it. Nothing to say, Tyrion. Isn't this the part where you present some groundbreaking piece of evidence? As long as your statement stands, you have to doubt every piece of testimony you've gathered. Everyone at the cathedral could have been compromised. Except Aster. I know he doesn't have a blood contract with you. Man, I thought I was gonna have to present that one. I mean, it's literally one of my pieces of evidence. Yeah. Why didn't they allow me to present there? I suppose you're right. So, are you going to use his testimony? He couldn't observe much from within that force cage. Do you understand now? You were never meant to win this game. But I've got to give you points for entertaining me this long. This is the most fun I've ever had. Oh, the argument is over, I see. And I truly mean that. Tyrion, come on. There has to be something you can use. All clues you've gathered could potentially be lies created by her. They're useless against her. Tyrion, you have to say something. You can feel your strength fading. Feels as if you're being pulled into an eternal sleep. This has always been a contest of willpower. And I think he's finally run out. No. You recall what happened during Beatrice's trial? Your mother gave you the knowledge you needed to win. She did before. Can she save you again? Mom. Please. I need your help. Please, just tell me what to do. You hear nothing back, but nobody responded. No. It appears you're truly alone now. You knew this was a long shot, but you still held out hope. You just wanted to protect Celeste, and you really thought you could do this. But Eris is a being who wraps herself in layers upon layers of lies. She has the power to make you doubt everything. The witness testimonies, even your hard evidence could be a fabrication. How could you possibly argue against someone like that? It's not fair. It's not fair, Miss Tamora. You're not even bothering to investigate the crime properly. Well, of course they're not. If they did, they'd be forced to admit my client is innocent. How are you so calm right now? Is this what it's always like? How are you supposed to win like this? They can just keep changing the narrative however they want. They can. And that's exactly how I'll beat them. What? Oh, this is Tyrion age 15. So this is 5 years before the events of the game. And this is when Tyrion was still traveling around watching Tamora at work. Look, Cuthbert, almost every part of the system is against us. But there's one advantage we have over the prosecution. By the way, Tyrion called out for wisdom from his mom. There's one advantage we have over the prosecution, and that's pure and objective logic. Logic? Tyrion, the prosecutor does all sorts of things to validate their case. They present evidence, they call witnesses, and they use those things to create conclusions. They create a box and throw a bunch of facts into it. They tell the court that everything within that box is the truth. And conversely, that makes everything outside of it a lie. But how does that help us? You point out contradictions in their case. That makes them throw more and more facts into the box to keep their case consistent. But if even one fact in the box is false, the entire thing falls apart. But surely they'll realize what you're doing. What if they play dumb and refuse to add anything to this box? Well, you can force them to. Nani? You can present your own truths. Alright? And you force the prosecution to either accept or deny them. By doing that, you can control what goes into the box. This all sounds so complicated. I don't know if I'll ever get the hang of it. Don't worry. You've always been a sharp kid. I know you'll do great things. So, don't give up. I can present my own truths? Eris's case hinges on when Beatrice disappeared, and she changed Celeste's memories to make her think everything happened earlier. If they can propose theories, so can you. Let's see how that shoe on the other foot feels. Which can only mean Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. What was that? I said...
This is far from over.
Oh, new Tyrion voice line. This is far from over. Oh hell yeah! I have regained my ability to save scum. So says the word of Horus. Beatrice Frege did not go missing before 2 p.m. So says the word of Horus. What the hell? You feel yourself filled with the radiant power of the Eye of Horus. With its power fully unleashed, you feel the divine energy of the upper planes coursing through you. Tyrion, you have wings! Well, would you look at that? The wallpaper has come to fruition. But, wait, really? You frantically turn around, only catching glimpses of the spectral wings on your back. You spin around for a while until you realize that your feet aren't even touching the ground anymore. What did you just do? I became a celestial, which means, no, I also can't tell lies. In any other situation, that would be a handicap. But here, that finally puts me on equal footing with you. Why won't you just die already? You tried everything you could to break me. You drove a wedge between me and Ruby. You even manipulated Celeste into betraying me. You can't do that, that's illegal. Madam, that's about the most legal thing that I have done in this entire court case. By very definition, I am defining legality right now. I am become the law. Excuse me. I'm getting so hyped that I'm using up my life force. Or I'm just thirsty. But I'm still standing, Eris. I think you might be a little out of your depth right now. Wow! Tyrion out here throwing the shade. He might be from the light, but he is a shade meister right now. I have lived 1,000,000 of your pathetic lifetimes, and you think I'm out of my depth? I am the Empress of Discord. She's actually reaching through the game and attempting to kill me.
Kill me!
I am the Empress of Discord, ruler of the Sixth Circle of Hell. I am a god! She doesn't know, Tyrion. What the hell are you laughing about? Wherever you are, man, king, or god, I won't let anyone stop me from reaching the truth. Since you've so graciously bared your soul to me, I guess I should do the same. Oh? Is the mask coming off entirely? I wanted to break your spirit in this form, also I could keep things fair and interesting. But you know what? Right now, I just want to see you die. What happened? Celeste? I'm here. I can't wait to tear you both apart.
Show me your true form, demon!
Oh no! She has achieved animation! She has ascended from the usual visual novel, and she has achieved live 2D. Truly best girl. Alright, Moderator Katone, I have to ask. Would... What? What is that thing? Did you two honestly think my true form was that of a teenage girl? Oh, I am the Ancient One. I am older than time itself. It feels liberating to break free from that mortal shell. So, this is what you really look like. Obviously, you wouldn't let something as simple as Eldritch Horror stop you. What was that? What was the, what's that one meme where the guy goes jackpot? Jackpot meme. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. Which show is that from? Oh, American Dragon Jake Long. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, in a second. I'll just go ahead and be like... Yeah. It's the jackpot meme from American Dragon Jake Long. Moderator Katone sees this and she goes, jackpot. Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever you are, I'm taking Celeste's soul back. Oh no, she lost AQ as a patron. Now she has become weaker, and if she bleeds, we can kill it. Kick her ass, Tyrion! Oh, look at that! They took away my ability to save scum, and I did that on... Didn't I do that on the dialogue right before this? I'm going to carve out your souls and mount them in the fields of Malbolge. Fate challenged! Okay, that kind of goes hard. Be careful, you're bound by the same rules as her now. You can't tell lies in this form, even accidentally. Why don't we pick up where we left off? I've established that Beatrice didn't go missing until 2 p.m. I wonder, Why would you go to so much trouble to make me doubt that? When she gave her testimony, Celeste said that Eris and Beatrice entered the prayer room at 1:40 p.m., but from the axiom you declared... New mechanic? No! My safe scum! You know Beatrice didn't disappear until 2 p.m. Why did Eris challenge Celeste's memories? Eris clearly changed Celeste's memories, but for what purpose? Eris needed Celeste to believe... the blood contract? So, am I just going to keel over if I get this wrong? Axiom. Now, a statement of a proposition which is regarded as being established, accepted, or self-evidently true. Why did Eris change Celeste's memories? Eris needed Celeste to believe a lie was a normal document? Obvious answer is obvious. Oh. The events happened earlier. I believe you needed Celeste to think that the events happened much earlier. You know, it really is, it's more of an Ace Attorney thing, where you don't say the obvious thing, and it keeps on forcing me to go, like, making me think that I'm going 4 steps ahead, when 4 steps ahead will just dunk me down a, down a cliff. Staying quiet? That won't work this time. Celeste McCoy remembered the attack occurring much earlier than it actually did. So says the word of Horus. Oh man! That is hardly any chunk. Ha! I paused your life 2D. Hold on a second. At the right edge of her arm there, is her elbow just that pointing, or is that just part of the model? Nothing to say. You can't stay quiet forever. Huh. I didn't need her to think that specifically. I simply wanted to confound your ability to deduce what actually happened. And is that not what happened? That may be, but I think you had a specific reason to move her timeline back. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. So says the word of Horus. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. An event occurred. Let me see. Appreciate that in both forms she has the light behind her head and the typical divine being motif. She does, doesn't she? It doesn't suit you having a halo. Monster! What is the event? An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Eris to change Celeste's memories. What are the contracts saying? With the apparent death of Tyrion Cuthbert, the universal discourse shall revive him, contingent upon the eternal servitude of Celeste McCoy. Henceforth, Celeste McCoy's soul shall eternally be bound to the abyssal hells. Forever servitude, Celeste McCoy shall engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation. Was it Arya's blood contract? Yeah, what if she's trying to keep on getting me to prove that Celeste helped facilitate the contract, but she actually didn't. You know that Arya was already under control when Celeste made her contract. Do we? So then, yeah, that would be this then. But is this the piece of evidence that would contradict it? I don't know. Yes, no. No to what? This isn't the piece of evidence that causes it? Arya's under control. Then yeah, Arya's blood contract, then Celeste wouldn't have been able to facilitate it. The murders. The murders couldn't have happened. If Arya was under control, what could have not happened? The murders. So then, do I present any of these? No, the murders were done by Arya. Celeste's contract was supposed to bring Arya under control, then yeah. Then that wasn't fulfilled. She would have had to have signed the contract before the murders. Oh, that's what you're saying. An event occurred that required Eris to change Celeste's memories. Now the murders were done by Arya. If Arya wasn't under control, what could have not happened? It would be the first murder. So then it would be Lloyd von Sanctus. She would have had to do that before the first murder. Which is why she pulled Celeste back. Arya wasn't under control, what couldn't have happened? You know that the murders were done by Arya. This last contract was supposed to bring Arya under control. The, being on stream is just scrambling my brain right now. This last contract was supposed to be on her, she would have had to sign the contract before the murders. It would be the first murder. Okay. So then Celeste... Yeah. So... Then they would have knocked out Tyrion, and then made the contract, and then made the murders happen. And then the murders would happen after that, if that's what we're led to believe. So the timeline is... Yeah. I'm honestly trying to set things up over here. Okay, let's go ahead and pull out the notepad. Tyrion knows he went down after the murders based on the timeline. So Tyrion, he went down at 2:30. So Tyrion was knocked out at 2:30. Which means that, yeah. So Celeste thinking she did that earlier is needed to keep the timeline in order for Celeste. So Tyrion himself knows that Beatrice entered the room at 2:30. And if that's true, then, yeah, then she would have killed Tyrion after that, or knocked him out, and then Celeste would have signed the contract, then Arya would have signed the contract, and then the murders would have happened, but all the murders happened, yeah, 2:05 and 2:18. We and Tyrion know the timeline is real. Celeste is claiming she did earlier because Ares had manipulated her memories. So then, this is the one piece of evidence that is not manipulated by Ares because it's ours. Am I onto something or no? It's the autopsy? It's Lloyd von Sanctus's autopsy? What's the direct... What is the direct link? No, the murder started around 2. Because of his autopsy. And then the murderer's route. And it ended at the prayer room. That wasn't the most direct route. There had to be an explanation for that. You're trying to show why she needed to pull the timeline up. The first murder taking place at 2 is why the timeline was pulled up. I'm sorry. It's just the direct connection isn't coming to me. She can't change the fact the first murder took place when it did. So then... That's what contradicts it. It required Ares to change... So an event occurred that required Ares to send Celeste's timeline backward. And it's the first murder. So that's the same things that happened earlier. Well, at some point we have to keep on moving. It was the death of Lloyd von Sanctus. You needed Celeste to think that she signed the contract much earlier than 2 p.m. That's because Lloyd von Sanctus's death occurred around 2:05 p.m., which would imply that you killed me, convinced Celeste to sign a contract, and made Celeste trick Arya into signing another contract, you know? sorry. All in the span of 5 minutes. You know, that actually was the logic I was going to. I was thinking, that's an awfully short time frame. That I went down, the contract was made, 2 contracts were made, and then the murder happened. I knew that, but things were just getting muddled for me. Once again, I had the solution, I just wasn't, I just wasn't confident that that would be the thread of logic. If that's true, could it be possible that Celeste isn't the patron? What? It's the only logical conclusion. The timeline is far too short. If you remember being tricked by her, we can't trust your memories. Isn't that right, Eris? Ugh. Your desperation is almost pitiful. I should respond so that there's no room for doubt. Celeste McCoy was the person who gave Arya Steelwind that blood contract. So says the word of Asmodeus. I knew it. Is something wrong? I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust. She always speaks in technicalities, so you can't take that claim at face value. But she's saying, I know the truth is hard to accept sometimes, but Celeste did betray Arya's trust. But this could also be a trick. You could declare outright that Celeste is not the patron, but if you're wrong about that, you'll most definitely die. You need to be certain before you decide to declare it. Okay, let's assume that Celeste isn't the patron. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? If Celeste isn't the patron, the contract would have already been signed. And you already concluded the blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. You recall something happening, but it's still muddled. What was it? Why would Celeste... I spent on my A screen. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Celeste... let's see, Eris. Let's see. Well, what am I trying to prove here? Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Oh. Eris tricked... No. Nope, that's not it. Why would Celeste hand Arya a blood contract? Does that have something to do with Pierce? Something happened just before things started going south. Something happened just before things started going south. What was the thing that happened? So, we went into the, let me see. We went into the room to talk to Pierce. We were in the prayer room. And then we heard a commotion happening outside. Eris came to check up on us. Arya came to check up on us. And then the answer happened. I know that it happened, but I don't remember what happened. Celeste was being coy and Arya was blushing about it. Oh. Arya hid evidence in front of... Oh, no. Arya dropped evidence in front of Celeste. Oh! Arya dropped the contract in front of Celeste. Okay! So that is a technicality. So Celeste handed her the blood contract. The blood contract was already in Arya's hands. She dropped it. Celeste picked it up and then gave it back to Arya, not because she was trying to trick her, but because it was just an unassuming piece of paper, right? And that was the marriage license. So it's not. So that changes the context behind everything. So Celeste facilitated the signing of the contract by handing it back to her, but she didn't really facilitate the contract. It was already signed. So the fact that Celeste gave the contract to Arya is true, and Eris can say that, but the context is completely different. Good lord. Eris is a whiny bitch, ain't she? As she awkwardly skitters away, you see something fall out of the pocket. You dropped your runestone. She accidentally activates it. An image of a piece of evidence appears for a brief moment, but Arya quickly hides it. But not before Celeste sneaks a peek at it. I see. Celeste, don't invade her privacy like that. Nope. I probably would not have been able to dig that out of my mind. I would have had to watch the VOD to notice that. She definitely handed the contract to her after it was signed. That doesn't necessarily mean she's not the patron either. Is something wrong? You look conflicted. No. From the very beginning, she's been trying to get in your head. She thrives on doubt and mistrust. But you've always known from the very beginning, Celeste would never betray Arya like that. Celeste McCoy is not the patron described in Arya Steelwind's blood contract. So says the word of Horus. Arya's blood contract has been added to your notes. The blood contract seems strange, so unlike Beatrice's contract, the only on one page, even stranger, there's a large empty space that there's only a few sentences at the bottom. For the intents of the contract, the person who stands by this contract, Arya Steelwind, will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind slanders your mind, body, and soul of the patron. The contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. Signed with Arya's signature. Celeste McCoy saw Arya drop the contract before she entered the prayer room of Tyrion. Due to the Empress of Discord changing her memories, she can't remember what was written on the contract. Oh, that took a good chunk off. Ah, even now, you trust her that much? Wait, but that means you didn't betray Arya, Celeste. She only manipulated your memories after the fact. She wanted to make you think that you did. So, it's not my fault. It isn't. But that has far more unsettling implication. Someone else is the patron, but who? No, that's not important right now. You need to focus on saving Celeste for now. Celeste wasn't the one who secured Arya's compliance and cooperation. Doesn't that make your contract flawed? Please, I thought you were an attorney. The contract states that Celeste would engage in actions deemed necessary to secure the compliance and cooperation of Arya Steelwind. No further actions were necessary. She was already under my influence by then. But that means none of this is her fault. Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Neither Arya Steelwind nor Beatrice Freyga was directly responsible for the death of Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Right. There's still the death of Pierce. Doesn't matter whose responsibility for the massacre as a whole. All that matters is the validity of my contract. You act like you're in control of this situation, but you've been nervous ever since I began disputing your contract. You're hiding something, aren't you? Who can say for sure? The second paragraph is vague, but what about the first and third paragraphs? Something is off here. Wait, is it possible that I didn't die? Are you still in denial? I thought you were ready to die to save your beloved Celeste. Answer the question, Eris. We can't trust Celeste's memories. That memory where she confirmed my death could all be a fabrication. If you're still holding on to the hopes that you'll survive this, let me state it plainly for you. Celeste McCoy did, in fact, observe that Tyrion Cuthbert was dead. I did not alter that memory. So says the word of Asmodeus. I'm sorry, Tyrion. How did you revive me, Eris? Do you even have the power to resurrect people from the dead? I mean, isn't there a spell that makes people appear dead? There has to be. Necrotic Blight. Cast him a feign death. It's right there. Who do you think you're talking to? Of course I do. But if you doubt me, why don't you declare that Tyrion Cuthbert never died? Knowing her, she could be baiting you into telling a lie. But it's equally likely she's bluffing. If you still doubt that I resurrected you, I'll state this. Yep, feign death. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. So says the word of Asmodeus. Beings of your power are able to resurrect people from the dead? What does that mean? Yeah, Tyrion did die. He died when he tried to make the bogus contract. Beings of my power are able to resurrect people from the dead. If you're saying that must be true, you're clearly not acting in good faith. How can I trust what you're saying? Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? Demons on her level can do that. I'm inclined to agree, but I don't think that'll actually go anywhere. You're clearly not acting in good faith. How can I trust what you're saying? Why would you need to specify that beings of her power can do that? Is it possible that it's not simple or easy feat to accomplish? Yeah, exactly. There's only one answer here. Oh, am I supposed to interpret? Why would you need to specify that beings of her power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? And doubt is what again? You're clearly not acting in good faith. How can I trust what you're saying? Because she's a demon! Why would you need to specify that beings of your power can do that? Is it possible that it's not a simple or easy feat to accomplish? For example, would Marunoth be able to resurrect a person from the dead using a contract? Let me save you some trouble. I'll say it for you. The Empress of Discord can't resurrect people easily, so says the word of Horus. That's not the same as saying it was impossible for me to do it. Why is she being vague on purpose? Because whether or not she can revive me is irrelevant in this case, but it would require a large amount of effort on your part. Perhaps. But recall my previous declaration. Celeste was there, and by all accounts, she concluded you were dead. How thoroughly did you check me? I have experience in first aid, and it was pretty bad. You weren't breathing, your heart was stopped. She tried to resuscitate you for several minutes, but to no avail. Right, there was no way your body could survive that long without oxygen and blood flow. And Eris just confirmed that Celeste spent several minutes trying to resuscitate you. There has to be more to this than you're seeing. How does feigned death work again? The life energies of this spell will keep them alive for the duration. And the duration is indefinite. What could have created this scenario? Feigned death, baby! You could have been able to resurrect me, but you had a far easier way to create that scenario. And luckily for you, Beatrice was there and under your control. Are you saying that Beatrice can resurrect people from the dead? No, the opposite is actually true. Beatrice Freyga cast feigned death on Tyrion Cuthbert, so says the word of Horus. Ha ha! You got slept, which made you unconscious, then got feigned deathed. Tyrion could only hope to be kissed by best girl, indeed. I'm sorry, Celeste, but I was never dead. She just used a spell to trick you. No. So everything I did, it was for nothing. But that means you never resurrected him. He was never dead in the first place. The contract only said that he was apparently dead. All I did was revive him by making Beatrice release her spell, which allowed him to wake up. Well, that eliminates the first paragraph as a possible weak point. And that only leaves the death of Garrick Pierce at Celeste's hand. Something happened with Pierce, didn't it? What are you hiding? Whatever could you be talking about? Your contract says that Celeste must bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. Since you wrote that contract, that must have been your intent from the beginning. So why are you so nervous? Something went wrong, didn't it? If you want to stay quiet, I'll just... All this could be an elaborate trick to bait you into making a false statement. You need to be careful. You need to find out exactly what went wrong. Is it possible that Celeste didn't kill Garrick Pierce? Are you serious? He's the man who killed your adoptive father, and he was slated to be executed next month. She didn't have a rational reason not to trade his life for yours. Yeah, as bad as it sounds, it wouldn't be a hard choice for me. There isn't a single reason why I wouldn't take a deal like that. She may have wanted to, but something else might have happened. Perhaps Beatrice or Arya misinterpreted one of your commands and killed him against your wishes. You're making this so tedious. Neither the Empress of Discord, Arya Steelwind, nor Beatrice Freyga killed Garrick Pierce. So says the word of Asmodeus. Okay, so Eris didn't do it. Arya and nor Beatrice did it. Okay. Was it a freak accident of some sort? Well, what if you forced Celeste to kill him? She signed that contract already, so you had control of her. The contract states that she needed to kill Pierce of her own volition and agency. Do you honestly think I would make a foolish mistake like that? Celeste McCoy had complete control of her actions when Pierce died, so says the word of Asmodeus. What if someone else killed Garrick Pierce on accident? Maybe a member of the Kingsguard who survived and entered the prayer room? Try again, Tyrion. Garrick Pierce's death was not an accident. It was intentional and committed with malice. And while I'm at it, the Empress of Discord, Celeste McCoy, Tyrion Cuthbert, Beatrice Frege, and Arya Steelwind were the only people in the prayer room with Garrick Pierce when he died.
Interesting.
Look at Best Girl making Bora plays. If she just kept her mouth shut, she'd have baited Tyrion into saying poor things. You can assume Celeste didn't do it. Crazy how when you eliminate all of the possibilities, we realize what is the truth. Tyrion! Tyrion, my man! Do you have blood on your hands? No. Do you understand now? I can refute any possible explanation you may have for Pierce's death. But the truth is, Tyrion, Garrick Pierce's death occurred because of Celeste McCoy's actions. You were dead at the point, so it wasn't you. So says the word of Asmodeus. No. Have you given up? Have I finally extinguished the light of hope within you? I can't believe it. I can't believe you fell for that! Nani? You've never thrown consecutive declarations at me like that before. It's because I'm getting close, isn't it? You can't freely manipulate Celeste's memories of what happened, and I don't have any evidence that implies what actually transpired in the prayer room. The only person who could tell me that was you. What? You thought you could overwhelm me by shooting down all my theories, but all you did was tell me the exact state of the room when Garrick Pierce died. Now I can figure out what actually happened. But wait. Who killed Garrick Pierce? If you didn't do it, Celeste didn't do it, Eris didn't do it, and Beatrice didn't do it. And the only person in the room... Wait, what were all the statements again? Hold on a second. Let me look over all the statements before I do this. Okay, so here. Oh! It was a suicide, wasn't it? He used his own murder method to take himself out. Yeah. I needed to reevaluate Eris Ilmater, Empress of Discord. No! Stop this! I'm not sure what would possibly drive him to do something like that. But when he was in the prayer room, Garrick Pierce chose to take his own life. What? You know what that means, don't you? But for the sake of it, I'll state it in a way that makes it abundantly clear. Stop this! Stop this right now! Celeste McCoy did not bring about the demise of Garrick Pierce by her own hand. So says the word of Horus. The conditions of your contract were impossible for Celeste to fulfill. That renders it logically invalid. That's checkmate, heiress. You filthy little... Contract nullified. Oh, I was a little bit too late to get the screenshot of that.
You're back! Does this mean you...
I successfully nullified Celeste's blood contract. You look in your satchel and check the place where you've been keeping it. You only find a pile of ash. It's been completely disintegrated.
But you're still alive! How?
You... At first, you think she's glaring at you, but then you realize... Me? You little bitch! I could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you? What are you talking about? Tyrion's the one that beat you. Wait, I remember what really happened now. Tyrion, please wake up! You can't die! It appears that he's quite dead. You should be more careful, Celeste. You might hurt someone if you swing that dangerous thing around. GG's! I was right about you all along. I should have never trusted you. I like your enthusiasm, but there's still something you can do to save him. What? What is this? Do you feel that pit of dread in your chest? It's the same fear my dad felt after you stabbed him. And with his life, you'll have your beloved Tyrion back. What are you waiting for? End him, Celeste. I can't. What? What are you talking about? Tyrion, he wouldn't want this. He never has to know, Celeste. I can protect you from his Eye of Horus. That doesn't matter. I can't do it. It's just... This man literally killed your adoptive father. Not to mention he's a dead man walking. You've lived a lifetime of killing people. What's one more person? I won't suffer your self-righteous pity, bastard! Don't misunderstand me. Right now, I want nothing more than to end your worthless life. But Tyrion's ideals are what saved me. That part of him is so wonderful. It's so beautiful. I could never betray those ideals. Not even if it's to save him. You're actually serious, aren't you? You'd seriously sacrifice him to honor his idiotic ideals? I won't do it. I'm not going to sign that contract. Contract? Huh. I see now. What? So you're his little consort, aren't you? Figakwa! Damn it! Wait! Get out of the way, you idiot! Drop the weapon, Pierce. Don't be stupid. The only stupid one here is you, bastard! You should have known from the beginning! No matter what you choose, they were never gonna let me live! They? But if I am fated to die, then it's gonna be on my own terms! Wait, stop! I'll see you all in hell. Damn it! Manos!
Are you trying to heal him?
It's too late. He aimed straight for his heart.
No! Come on, you waste of human flesh! Wake up! I need you alive! What the hell did you just do?
Pierce is dead, and I signed your stupid contract. Now bring Tyrion back.
No! No, 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 no!
Ah. Wow. Pierce, I don't know if he intended it, but he ended up being a goat, didn't he? Let's put some respect on that name. Pierce was dead anyways, so I thought I could catch her on a technicality. But I never realized what I actually did.
You rendered my blood contract faulty! You ruined everything! And where do you get off acting like you're any better than them?
What?
Ideals? Righteousness? Don't give me that bullshit! They could have accepted losing to a Heavensborn, but you're human! You're a goddamn killer! All of you run your disgusting cause! You would all tear on each other's throats if I gave you the smallest reason to! Tyrion is the only person here with a trace of the celestial self-righteous morality.
Yeah. Screw you guys! I'm going home. And I like to imagine that he flipped the double bird while he was doing it too. And then a pair of sunglasses fell on him. If that's what you think of them, you really don't know anything about humanity. Celeste is far more than what you're saying. She's far more caring and empathetic than I am. I could never even come close. And it has nothing to do with whether I'm a Heavensborn or she is human. But I think I understand you a little more, Eris.
Is that so?
Let me ask you a question, Eris. Did you feel any amount of satisfaction when you killed my mother?
What? So, you figured that out, did you?
When you went on that little tirade about how much you enjoyed killing Heavensborn, I had some suspicions.
And how does it feel, Tyrion? The person who killed your mother, the person who ruined your entire life, is standing right in front of you. What do you have to say?
Nothing to say.
Say something, damn it!
I think all I feel for you right now is pity.
Oh, that's rich. You pity me? Your existence is an infinitesimal moment in my eternal existence.
And yet you put all of this effort into making me suffer. Well, was it everything you imagined it would be? Did it satisfy you at all? I bet you didn't feel anything when you killed my mother. It was just another drop of evil into your empty soul. I was excited. It was far too simple. I didn't truly make her suffer. That's why I didn't... Oh, is that right? Well, what if you did succeed in throwing me into despair? Would you have felt any sort of satisfaction? Of course Demons can't tell lies, Eris. You can't lie to us, and you can't lie to yourself.
No, That can't...
And that's why I pity you. You were fated to be evil from the moment of your creation, weren't you? Is she done yet? Hey, we still need to, we need to figure out who the patron is. And then throw the book at them. That's why you hate humanity so much. You envy us.
What did you just say?
You're envious of humanity. You don't grow. You don't change. You can't become a better version of yourself. You're right. Your existence probably will be eternal. You'll be eternally evil. And you'll be eternally unsatisfied and eternally pitiful. That's why you envy us. Because you'll never be free from that fate.
That is completely...
You can't say it, can you? You can't refute my claim, because it would be a lie.
You know what? Maybe you are right. Maybe I'll never be satisfied. Maybe I won't feel any satisfaction from killing you. But I'm still going to try.
Oh dear. That glitchy Eris face through the flame.
To think you would threaten violence in my presence. Arrogant witch.
Damn. She just got torched. She got roasted. Hey, look! It's the dragon that was right there.
Well, I suppose that solves that business.
She was just like, oh yes, I'm going to kill you in this courtroom, Tyrion Cuthbert. And then Rathalion's just like, bruh.
Although,
She'll definitely be back one day. And when she does, I'll be ready.
for now, let's be satisfied with we finally discovered what happened.
Oh, right. About that.
Are you serious? After all that, we still don't know who the patron is?
At this point,
I'm just glad Ms. McCoy wasn't the true mastermind behind this.
speaking of which, now that I've nullified her contract, Celeste should finally have her true memories back. I do remember what happened, but it's still really fuzzy. I've really been trying to remember what was on Arya's contract when I caught a glimpse of it. But I think that's the memory Eris manipulated the most.
It's possible she will need some time to fully recover from the Empress's demonic influence. But we don't have that kind of time. That damn demon lives around for the entire morning. Not to mention that we've lost in an hour due to Cuthbert disputing that contract. It's just past noon.
Right. We have less than 3 hours before every magical trace of the crime scene disappears. Could you try testifying? Maybe reviewing everything will help jog your memory. Okay, I'll do my best. Now we're coming upon why Arya is the biggest brain. Nice.
Ms. McCoy, could you try to remember what happened during your business with the Empress of Discord?
I'll try my best. I think I remember now. We went to meet with Pierce at 1:50 p.m., and we heard that commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. I saw Arya attacking the guards there, and I fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her into the prayer room, I found her there with Beatrice and Eris. They knocked Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. I checked Tyrion's body and thought he was dead, but I realize now that Beatrice just cast feign death on him. Anyways, Eris offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. Aster, you say?
Aside from your conversation with Ilmater, that seems to match up with what we already knew.
It appears we'll simply need to wait for Celeste's memories to return.
He's not okay with leaving his daughter vulnerable until then. Even if there's nothing apparently significant, I'd still like to cross-examine her.
Go ahead then.
Alright, so... let me see here. At 2 p.m., Aster the Wyvern Guard went to pay his respects, and then the Force Cage was sprung on him. And then... let me see... went to meet with Pierce. We heard of the commotion outside at 2:20 p.m. He fought her about 15 minutes before she broke past. So that's 2:35. When I followed her into the prayer room, he found her there with Beatrice and Eris. He knocked out Arya, Tyrion, and Pierce unconscious. And, I can go through the killing Pierce. I think you know the rest. A few minutes after Pierce died, Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. This must have been after they went to investigate the fire in the common room. Oh yeah, they investigated the fire in the common room. And, let me see. Someone was able to testify that it happened at 3:10. Yeah. They did not see Celeste McCoy and Arya Steelwind. So yeah, it's been an hour, so Aster would be out of his cage since then. Surprised Aster went to the prayer room as well. Would have thought the Kingsguard would have kept him in a secure location.
Those were my orders. But His Majesty demanded that they secure the cathedral for the safety of everyone there.
He's always been an altruist.
Tyrion isn't so sure. Might have been something I missed. Each piece of evidence and the time of each event that day might be something I can use. Went to meet with Pierce at 1:50. Hear the commotion outside at 2:20. Or he was hoping to lead them directly to what they found. Arya among the dead bodies. It was Arya attacking the guards, and he fought her for about 15 minutes before she broke past me. When I followed her in the prayer room, found her there with the... Eris offered the deal with me, and you know the rest.
To think one blood contract could have such an effect on the investigation.
I should have known she was up to something, but I was too desperate to realize it.
You're put in a difficult situation. Take solace in the fact that you stuck to your ideals despite that.
Scaled Lord is being surprisingly sympathetic towards her. The Inquisition of the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. That's quite an interesting detail. That Aster was there. Which makes me wonder. The Trapped King. So he was released at about 3. Technically, that doesn't add up. Aster, the Inquisition, and the Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya. At 2 p.m., Aster, contingency, live a contingency, set the Force Cage. The trap is triggered, and Aster was trapped in a magical cage. Restoration. She went into the room about 15 minutes before Aster was supposed to be free. Alright, so commotion outside at 12:20. Followed about 15 minutes. That's 12:30. So that's 2:35. Followed into the prayer room. He found there were Beatrice and Pierce unconscious. Checked Tyrion's body. Anyway, Aerys offered her deal to me, but I couldn't go through with killing Pierce. A few minutes after Pierce died. The question is, how many minutes did it take after she came back and between that and when Pierce died? Now, let me see here. Pierce died at 12:45 p.m. Oh! He died at 12:45 p.m., but 5 minutes after everyone came in. And they did not see Celeste McCoy and Arya Steelwind when the Inquisition outside the prayer room. This all happened at 3:10 p.m. The Inquisition discovered something was wrong when Alec... He also told them that Arya Steelwind cast a spell on him earlier that severely debilitated his senses, so... Oh, no. Didn't do that. So... A few minutes after Pierce died, after the Inquisition and Kingsguard showed up to arrest Arya, so that contradicts what White said. Right? Or am I trying to disprove the wrong thing? Aster should be in the cage? Really? Alright. That was my first guess. But of course, in typical me fashion, I doubted myself and I added 10 minutes to this stream. Wait, what?
What is it, Cuthbert?
Celeste, are you sure Aster showed up only a few minutes after Pierce died? Yeah, I remember that part pretty well. Aerys seemed really worried about being seen by them.
Have you figured something out, Mr. Cuthbert?
It's just that...
May I remind you that we are extremely pressed for time. Stop wasting our time and just say what you want to say.
Celeste, Garrick Pierce died at 2:45 p.m., and Aster showed up in the prayer room only a few minutes after. Yeah? Where are you? Wait. That raises a big question. How did Aster enter the prayer room around 2:45 p.m. when he should have been trapped in a force cage until 3 p.m.?
Ugh.
Wait, you're not serious, are you?
McCoy's memories are clearly unreliable. My men all reported that His Majesty led them from the prayer room after we exited the force cage.
Normally, that would be more concrete when compared to Celeste's testimony, but we can't trust their testimony.
What are you talking about?
While I was disputing Celeste's contract, Aerys declared she made contracts with multiple members of the Kingsguard.
What?
They were working together with her, and if these contracts were structured similar to Celeste's, she must have had the ability to manipulate their memories. This means they could have intentionally or unintentionally lied during questioning.
To think, even the Kingsguard had been compromised. How could I have let this happen?
And even if we assume that he somehow escaped an inescapable force cage, how did Aster know to head to the prayer room?
I understand your point, but do you understand what you're implying?
I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just stating the facts we know. We know that a human, whether willingly or otherwise, worked with the Empress of Discord to orchestrate this massacre. He was deeply trusted by Arya Steelwind, so much so that she didn't even think twice about signing a contract that he gave her. There's only one person who meets those criteria. Astern the Wyvern Guard, the reigning king of our kingdom. Oh, it's getting good!
Order! I will have order! Mr. Cuthbert, do you understand the weight of this accusation? To claim that the king collaborated with a demon in any capacity is no small thing.
I do, but I'm hoping this is all a misunderstanding. After all, Eris's goals seem to be nothing beyond sowing as much discord as possible. She made us believe that Celeste and Arya were both murderers. I want to save Arya, but I also want to believe in the people who believed in me. If Aster has information that can save Arya, we have to find it. This took you like 10 minutes to unravel because you were so deep in Ishgard? Oh, I see what you mean by Ishgard now. Can we get some F's in chat for the smiling hero?
Very well then. I suppose it's only right then, with everything that has transpired, that the king should make his truth known.
I agree, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Kingsguard, escort His Majesty to the stand.
If you played Final Fantasy XIV, you'd understand that, AQ. I am talking about the right person, correct? Well, you know what? In order to understand what we're giving our Fs for, you can play Final Fantasy XIV, which currently has its free trial going on right now that goes all the way through the Stormblood expansion. Thank you for cooperating, Aster. Of course. I understand your position, Mr. Cuthbert. I am hoping you can shed some light on how Arya came to be under the blood contract in the first place. It's possible Eris tricked you somehow and made you carry out the massacre. There has to be something we're not seeing, despite what the evidence points to. Evidence? You're referring to Celeste's testimony, am I correct? I'm sorry to say this, but are you sure we can trust her testimony? We can trust her now. She's no longer under the effects of a blood contract, which you claim no longer exists. But only you have the power to manifest them in the first place. What are you getting at? Uh-oh! The Aster is starting to get antagonistic. He's throwing doubts on us. He's turning teams. You can't run... Well, yeah. Final Fantasy XIV did have that graphical upgrade. What are you getting at? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I suppose what I mean is, after everything that just happened, how can we trust you? Oh, man. This man was ride or die, and all of a sudden, he just goes a complete... 180, 360. He does a complete 520. Wait, is it a... No, 540. 540. Technically, he can't because he rules under the dragon. Not to mention it looks bad if he doesn't. I see. What? You disappeared for quite some time to who knows where? And the only person who was there with you was Celeste, and a demon who can clearly alter people's memories. Isn't it a little convenient she was burnt to a crisp almost immediately after your return? She said it multiple times. That didn't actually kill her. And now you're singling me out as the patron, the one ultimately responsible for the murders of Von Sanctus and Sybil. If that demon made you into a puppet, wouldn't this be exactly what she wanted?
Oh dear. How do we know this Heavensborn can be trusted? We've heard the stories. He's practically a dissident. For all we know, he could be an agent of the Theocracy.
You can feel the room turning against you. Even the Scaled Lord looks wary. Sorry, I didn't mean to assault you after everything you've done. But I suppose there's one way to confirm your theory. And what's that? Use your divine edict on me, just like you've done several times before. If I truly was in league with that demon, shouldn't I have a contract with her? It will appear, even if I was made to forget about it. Wait, that's right. You already tried that before and it didn't work. Which means that he definitely doesn't have a contract with her. Why aren't you doing it? Go on! Now I can just imagine Aster's eyes glowing while a thunderbolt goes off behind him. You need to summon a divine edict now! That is a terrible joke. I can't. I already tried and nothing appeared. I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I know you care deeply for her. Aster smooth like glass, max charisma. Keeping up that ooh-woo soft boy image. No contract, just raw teamwork. Peak villain. Indeed, chat, indeed. But we all saw Celeste's blood contract, and we heard her earlier confession. Not to mention, we have no way of knowing whether Celeste is truly free from Eris's influence. If Miss Steelwind is to be saved, we must all accept what needs to be done. I don't like saying this, but I think it's time for this trial came to its conclusion. Don't you, Your Grace?
Okay.
Damn it. He's even got the Scaled Lord on his side. Even if it's against you, he's raised a lot of good points. But is he acting with malice? Or is he just being careful? Come on, think, Tyrion. We just proved my blood contract was invalid. But the one who made Arya commit those murders is still out there. Maybe you've been thinking about this the wrong way. Eris found ways to trick people into signing blood contracts before, though she wouldn't necessarily need a blood contract to trick Aster into accidentally helping her. The question isn't whether Aster knowingly did this or not. The question is, what part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? There had to have been some sort of physical involvement on his part that might have left evidence that proves it. Let's see, Celeste, or, let's see, Arya, or, nope, let me see, the blood contract, victims, force cage, crimes. What part of the plan required Aster's physical involvement? Arya was tricked into signing the blood contract. He needed to trick Arya into signing the contract somehow. But you've seen how she is around him. That wouldn't have been very hard to do. No. Arya may be extremely lovesick around him, but she's still an attorney. She would be careful to read any contracts she signed. We deduced earlier that her blood contract was disguised as a normal legal document. Now I remember something. When you caught a glimpse of it, you immediately started teasing her. I'm really trying, but I just can't remember what I saw. If I was teasing her about it, might have been related to her relationship with Aster. What did Arya think she was signing? I know that doesn't really narrow it down. No, that's exactly the clue I needed. Really? Arya signed a marriage license. Aster, there is one piece of physical evidence that proves you were involved in this. Really? The patron controlled Arya and committed each of the murders without having to do anything personally. But this was all contingent on tricking her into signing a contract in the first place. And now we finally bring this, this line of, what's going on? What am I feeling right here? Ah, it's a wire. Someone was playing footsies with me. That was just my mouse wire. Finally, that theory that came up in the previous stream is coming to fruition. I recall that you went to a meeting with the High Speaker right before the massacre started. It was to discuss your marriage to Arya, wasn't it? Yes, that's correct. Aster, the blood contract that Arya signed needed to look like a normal legal document, but I just realized something while reading it. The language used would have made sense under a different context. In that contract, Arya gave you her mind, body, and soul. It would bind her to you so long as you both live.
Wait, are you saying?
No. In other words, till death do you part.
That's a big leap in logic, even for you! Whoever tricked my daughter would have surely destroyed the evidence by now. That demon went out of her way to destroy her memories of signing it. I doubt they would have left any copies of the marriage license to be found. Indeed, bringing such heavy accusations against High Speaker or the King will require more than just speculation. First he dares call to the King to testify. Now he's trying to indict the High Speaker. He's a traitor to the nation. I have more than just speculation, Your Grace. I have a copy of it. But your divine edict only recreates the terms of the blood contract, not the material that it was written on. The original document would be visible in your copy. That wasn't the copy I was talking about, Aster. What? Don't you wonder how I knew about the blood contract? Every attorney has a magical runestone. They let us take pictures of crime scenes and write down notes magically. Yes, I'm well aware of them. And did you know Arya took a picture of the marriage license she signed? What?
Oh no! The mask is off! We've got damage, Sprite, and it is not looking flattering for our boy. And in the end, the, Arya, she was trying to take a picture for the gram, and it ended up canceling her bow. She was so happy to finally have your union codified that she took a picture of your marriage license. And you know what Arya did immediately as she realized she lost control? Locked herself in anti-magic to preserve it. Biggest brain. Even though it was technically illegal to do so. Why would she? The moment she regained consciousness, she thought she was a danger to others. She had no memories of what she did that day, but she knew something was wrong. That's why she locked herself in a cell with an anti-magic field. She was being rightfully cautious. But had she simply left any of those anti-magic fields and checked her runestone, she would have found a picture of a marriage license with the exact same words as her blood contract. Uh-oh. What's about to happen? What kind of cursed imagery are we about to see? So I'll ask you this, Aster. Who gave that marriage license to her? Was it you or the High Speaker? If you don't want to answer, we can drag the truth out of both of you. Don't bother. No. So it really was you? Tell me, Mr. Cuthbert, do you know what the best kind of lie is? The kind that's hardest to disprove? No, not quite. It's the kind where you won't even try. The best kind of lie is the one you want to believe in. The truth can be right in front of you, but it will make you look away. If I recall correctly, McCoy made you experience that firsthand today.
Your Majesty, what are you?
I'm done with this farce. I'm sure if we brought the High Speaker to the stand, Cuthbert would just deduce what happened anyways. It was always going to end this way, I suppose. Perhaps I was just lying to myself.
No. Master, whelp! Are you saying that it was you? You used my daughter to commit mass murder?
I did, Lucio. What of it?
How could you?
And what right do you have to judge my actions,
Oh, great scared lord!
I was only cleaning up the mess you created. And it weren't for Eris's little games, I would have done it in a much cleaner manner.
Pardon me?
No, I think I'll be pardoning myself.
You can't be serious!
I am the King of Isengard, am I not? Is that not my right? You're insane! Tell me, does this terrify you all? To know that I can do whatever I please, with no one who can stop me? Ah, hell no. He's a tragic idealist. Is this not what you've been all doing to the rest of this country? Do you seriously expect to get away with this? Oh, I do. Who has the power to stop me? The Scared Lord? Yes. Exactly him. That's why he hosted this trial in the first place. His authority is above yours. I didn't ask who could stop me, Tyrion. I asked who was going to. Oh no. What's going on? What kind of power does this man have? What? Why aren't either of you saying anything? Yes, Rathalion. Have me arrested. Put my 7-year-old brother on the throne. I'm sure history will tell you exactly how a kingdom fares when a child sits on the throne. Or would you take the throne for yourself? You spent all those centuries huddled away in this ruined city. I'm certain you know exactly what problems this nation is facing and what it needs to right itself. Rathalion!
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert. I came here to do what was best for my people. I may not know the best course before me, but I know with painful certainty that it is not to seize control of this nation. I will not take that responsibility again.
nor will I thrust that responsibility onto those who would not have it. Not really surprising. From everything I've seen, negligence has been your one constant trait. Consistent, Ivan! And what about you, Lucio? Are you going to try and depose me? The beloved prince, now king of Wyvern. Or did you forget? The people of this nation love me and hate you. I hear you're very skilled at arguing, Tyrion. Say no more, fam. But I doubt even you could make the public see that as anything other than a military coup. Can you imagine? Grand General Lucio deposing the new king of Wyvern before the previous king's body is even interred? I wonder just how bloody of a civil war that would plunge this nation into. And even if Lucio doesn't have much difficulty crushing the commoners, I'm sure you can imagine just how tempting a weakened Wyvern would look to the other nations. Damn it. By killing Sybil and Mons Sanctus, he left a power vacuum that only he could fill. Aster, you're holding the entire kingdom hostage. I am merely consolidating power to where it belongs. In the hands of a king and a kind and benevolent ruler who is finally going to fix this nation. You murdered several people, consorted with demons, and enslaved your own fiancée. I'm sure that to you, my actions may seem evil and unforgivable. But to those in Wyvern nobility, I doubt that I'm even the first to do such a thing. This is just politics. I think that makes checkmate, Cuthbert. I can't believe it. I've always wanted to say that. What are you all doing? Are you just going to let him get away? Lucio, she's your daughter. Are you just going to let him keep control over her?
My daughter would not sacrifice the stability of Wyvern for her freedom. You know that to be true.
That's... He killed so many people and he enslaved Arya. He almost killed you and tried to kill me. Wait a minute. That's right. Why did he try to kill you? What do you mean? If Aster is the patron, that means that Pierce originally sent that letter to him. King the Wyvern just recently died. If Aster thought she was a threat, I mean, Celeste is royal blood. That would make much sense. Even if McCoy was royal blood, Aster is the king's eldest child and of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne of these circumstances. If you were his half-sister, you wouldn't have a claim to the throne. So why would he go to so much trouble to kill Pierce and you? Aster called checkmate on a play that is just check. Poor lad needs to learn his chess. And for that, he must be slapped. Maybe he just wanted to make sure? But he wouldn't have had Eris kill Pierce personally if it wasn't that important. He needed both you and Pierce to die during the massacre. Which means you two were just as important targets as Von Sanctus and Sybil. Hold on a second, I'm reading without digesting. Okay. Well, my potential claim to the throne would only be the only reason why he'd be scared of me. If that wasn't a problem, why would he be so scared of Pierce's blackmail? Would the line of succession be the only reason why he'd be scared of Celeste's parentage? Recall what you remember about Wyvern's guards regarding the royal throne. Wasn't there something someone mentioned about that? I don't remember. Pact with demons, the poor... You recall a conversation you had with the Coraline Sybil. Each of the 4 pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of Ivangod's government. House Steelwind oversees national defense, Freyga is the economy, Von Sanctus is commerce, and House Sybil is the law. You're also responsible for our kingdom's justice system. The poor lad needs to learn chess. With 3 of the 4 pillars of House Leaders dead, very few people would be able to challenge Aster, and since Arya was framed for it, House Steelwind would probably lose its influence as well. Aster probably did all this to weaken the nobility's ability to challenge his rule. That still doesn't explain how Pierce and the Celestial's biological appearance fit into this. The dragon did. You recall a conversation you had with Eris Ilmater. Our kingdom's constitution still includes the Scaled Lord in our government. As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of the king. No idea. Oh, and I heard this before. Law is just a way to revere him and appease the church. Wait, the Scaled Lord and his kin can override the king's rule? Wait. Who is Celeste's father? A flood of memories comes back to you. Celeste McCoy, your authority of Wyvernguard's crown, you're under arrest. Noticing the commotion, 3 other knights grab her and begin dragging her away. She kicks and screams against them, trying to break free. But in the 3 knights, it's taking all of their strength to subdue her. Alright, Celeste is a scaly, it seems. You know more than one spell now. Learned a few new spells. So, she's incredibly strong. She is very potent when it comes to magic. And she's still very adept at learning spells. Make no mistake, even human form always had the strength of an ancient dragon. This can't be real. What is it, Tyrion? It's absolutely crazy, but also makes a lot of sense. Her ridiculous strength, her natural talent for learning magic, she inherited it all from him. Are you okay? You got really pale all of a sudden. Alright, once you reveal this, there's no going back for her. Do you even have any right to do this to her? No. Arya's freedom rides on this. As much as it pains you, this is the only way to save her and Wyvernguard. I am sorry, Celeste. What? Why are you apologizing? What I'm about to do could change your entire life, possibly in a way you don't want it to. This will place an unimaginable responsibility on your shoulders, but it's the only way to save Arya and stop him. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me for doing this. Do you think one little life-changing event could ever change how I feel about you? Are you sure? I owe you and Arya for what I did, but this is... We need to do this to save Arya, right? It's partly my fault she's in this situation. But if my life is really going to change because of this, just promise me something. What is it? Take responsibility for what you're about to do. Oh, man. The phrasing on that, though. Technically, that is true. She would be the queen of Wyvernguard, and he would be the first man, the first gentleman. Of course. I was always going to do that, regardless of what happened. Good. Just take the I should have taken a screenshot of that, of Celeste telling Tyrion, "You have to take responsibility, man." Are you two done flirting with each other? If you have nothing else to say, stop wasting all of our time. Aster, I know who Celeste's father is. Wait, really? What? No, you're bluffing. You have to be. Why don't we test that theory then? You said that no one could contest your rule of Wyvern Guard aside from the Scaled Lord. But there's one more person, isn't there? So, my theory that Celeste was part of the royal family was half true. Just not the royal family, the royaler family. Consort is the title given to non-blood royalty, one that marries into the crown. You know, I got that mixed up with another word that starts similarly.
What are you talking about? Only the Scaled Lord has the political power to override the will of the king.
And his kin, Lucio.
Yes, I suppose that... Great Scott!
Aster to Wyvern Guard. You needed Celeste to die during the massacre. It's because her existence would always pose a threat to your rule. Are you serious? People of Wyvern Guard nobility, your current king was fearful of my bodyguard's parentage, and now we know why. Celeste McCoy is the daughter of the Scaled Lord Rathalion, ancient dragon, and creator of all arcane magic. Judging from your reaction, I'm right, aren't I? I'm half dragon? Well, I'm apparently part angel, so you're in good company. So, that Damon was speaking the truth. Aster to Wyvern Guard. As the Scaled Lord's kin, Celeste has the authority to pass judgment on you and override your rule. And when you're gone, she will take your place as the ruler of Wyvern Guard. Miss McCoy, think about this. Can you even begin to grasp what it's like to lead a nation? Much less this broken one. You'll find this crown no less binding than any blood contract. Just tell me one thing, Aster. Why did you do this to Arya? She trusted you. She loved you. You could have changed Wyvern Guard together with her. And you could have done it all without having to do any of this. Is that what you truly think? I suppose you would. You probably also think Tyrion is the first person to try to change this nation, while still working within its laws. There's nothing wrong with having ideals and working within the law. My father was like that too. He was a man of ideals, once. But I watched for my whole life as he was forced to compromise on everything he believed in, one ideal after another. It was to keep the peace. We must maintain the stability between the noble houses and uphold law and order. And do you know who paid the price every time? Not him, not me, not any of the nobles gathered here. No, the people who paid the price were the common folk. The kind people you two are always trying to save. I would have honestly thought you'd understand by now. A gulf exists between what is just and what is lawful in this kingdom. I'd have thought that you two, out of everyone, could have understood what I did this. We know it's not fair, but we're capable of changing it, and you had the power to do just that. I am changing it! You worked so hard to find the truth behind Von Sanctus and Sybil's murders. But here's a little bit of truth that's evident to everyone in this room, except you two. Of the people present here today are glad they're gone, and the other half wants to be the ones to replace them. The blood I shed in a single hour did more good for this kingdom than you would have done in years. So that's how you plan on fixing this country's problems? By working with demons and killing your way to a brighter future? Okay, Light Yagami. If I have to, why not? Every day, across this nation, commoners are killed and oppressed in the hands of the very nobles gathered here. They bleed this country dry and feed on its people like carrion. I'm merely returning a much-needed sense of equality. Do you really think any of you are in a position to judge me? All of you who keep running up the news of my father's death? All so you can be the first to fill my ears with your sycophantic praises. Do you know what the difference between the Empress of Discord and all of you is? That demon was just a bit more honest. Arya wanted to change that. She would have helped you. Arya is too stupid and naive to do anything. She loved you. How could you? She loved her idea of me. She loved a weak and ineffectual prince who would have borne watching his kingdom rot with a damned smile. She loved your kindness, Aster. This is kindness! The blood I will spill will be the greatest kindness this kingdom has ever known. Well, damn. That has the same energy of being the most brutal queen that Alexandria has ever known. And once I am done, why and the god will be a better and stronger for it. You will judge Aster? If he had not said that, Celeste might have been cool with helping him. And sunk the ship! Hate to see it happen. Aster. McCoy, I don't care what you are. The Scared Lord's daughter, the rightful heir, none of that matters to me. I will save my kingdom and its people. I will carve out the rot of its heart, piece by bloody piece. Nothing will stand in my way. I am Master de Wyvern, King of Wyvern, and consort to the Lord of the Sixth. I am nothing but a dead man. Boldness! So... What? No! Lucio, what have you done? The blood contract, Cuthbert. What? My daughter's blood contract. Does it still exist? You check your satchel, and sure enough, Arya's blood contract is completely disintegrated. Its conditions have been fulfilled, haven't they? Because they no longer both live.
Excellent. Lucio, this is not what we discussed. My daughter would never be free as long as that wretch lived. McCoy agreed to take his place. This was always how it was going to end.
Sometimes, in order to be best dad, you just have to kill a king. Man said, so long as he lives, my daughter's in trouble. Boo! 3 for 3. Well, there you go. The Ishgard has been fulfilled. Lucio, you can't seriously expect to... What spell did he use anyway? Let me look over and see what it was. Volnus. What spell is Volnus? Is it even on here? Wait. Nope, Foul Norma. Which one is Volnus? Let's see. If it's even on here. Oh, the Steel Wind Strike, naturally. Damn.
Save your breath, Cuthbert. I already know. Kingsguard! What are you standing around for? The Grand General has just committed regicide. Arrest him at once!
I suppose that's that then. This doesn't really feel like something to celebrate.
I'm compelled to agree. To think that His Majesty was so far gone that he'd consort with a daemon.
Also, he could save the common folk. Regardless of his actions, he did have the same goals as you. He surely wanted to make things better for the common folk. Even with the Eye of Horus, you never caught a hint of the pain he must have been feeling. He closely guarded his true emotions from everyone, including Arya. No wonder Eris was able to manipulate him. You, of all people, know exactly how easily she can exploit that kind of weakness.
Nevertheless, it's apparent there's no need to continue this trial. Although it's clear our work is only just beginning. Court is adjourned for the time being. You're all free to return to your homes. However, I'm sure there's still much for each of us to discuss. Many things have changed here today, and I'm sure many of us will need to make arrangements to adapt. Until then, please refrain from discussing the events of today outside of these halls. This goes without saying, but we must keep today's events a secret from the public, at least for now.
You all exit the Scaled Lord's lair. Considering everything that's happened, this should feel like a victory. Arya was saved, Eris is vanquished, temporarily at least, and the patron no longer lives. Hey. Hi. We won, didn't we? So why does this feel so... yeah, I feel the same way. He was a terrible person. He killed people. He tried to kill us, and use Arya like a puppet. But I really wish we could have changed his mind. Yeah. Sometimes people are beyond saving, and I think he made up his mind a long time ago. He knew what he was doing to Arya, And I can't think of any other way we could have truly freed her. I know. I just hope she's... Hello. I'm glad I found you before you left. You freeze up when you look at her. More specifically, you're a little disturbed by what the Eye of Horus is showing you. Oh, Arya. I'm so sorry, Why are you apologizing? What? Bits about your testimony? I'm afraid I will need to charge you with perjury. Ah, right. Wait, seriously? Come on, I'm basically your boss now. No one is above the law. That was made apparent when... She suddenly stops before she mentions his name. She doesn't trail off. Her voice doesn't even break. She simply stops. As if it were a machine that ceased functioning. Arya? Anyways, she literally factory reset. Not literally, but she blue screened, and she lost track of what she was saying. I mean, Eris was right. Arya was kind of lost without Aster, and now that she knows that she will never have him again, and her ideal of him is gone to the wind, I kind of fear for her. I hope she gets the help she needs. Anyways, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. You do have a talented defense counsel, after all. Right. You really want to say something back, but you're too off-put to say anything. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for the work you've done, Mr. Cuthbert. I truly mean it when I say you have my gratitude. Yeah, of course. Anyways, I have much work to get done now that the Grand General is in custody. I'll be taking my leave. Yeah. What was that all about? Why didn't you say anything to her? I didn't see anything through the eye. She must be subconsciously guarding her emotions. I guess I don't really blame her. No, Celeste. I didn't see anything. What? I looked at her with the eye. She wasn't holding anything back. And even with that, I saw nothing. There was no anger, no sadness, no fear, no joy. I've used the eye to see emotions of countless amount of people, but I've never seen that before. It was like I was looking at a machine. She's really been hurt by this in a very fundamental way, hasn't she? But you're right, I should have said something. I'm going to... As you're about to chase after her, Celeste stops you. Do you mind if I talk to her? What? You sure? Yeah. We actually hang out a lot outside of trials. I think she might respond better to me. You remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours? Alright, I suppose I'll let you handle it. Once again, you remember the comforting feeling of her hand in yours. Just, you know, keep it verbal. What? Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying. Just go. Alright, you weirdo. It looks like you've gotten the acquittal of yet another client, but it didn't tie up quite so neatly as you'd hoped. What do you mean she's gone? She was just here. I'm sorry, Your Grace? You may not know what the future has in store for the two of you, but perhaps that's okay. You have a feeling that as long as you have her, no, as long as you have everyone, you can begin forging your own path. A path that is completely chosen by you this time. Damn it, Arya, where are you? Oh, hello. Dad?
Dad?
My apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine.
You're looking for Miss Stillman, aren't you?
Yeah, how did you know?
She's been sitting outside my lair for quite a while. I tried speaking to her, but...
Yeah, I get it. I'm going to try talking to her.
Of course!
Rathalion?
Yes?
I'm not mad at you, you know.
What?
I'm not sure why you left me at the McCoy Tavern, but because of that, I got to be raised by my mom and dad. And if I didn't live here, there, I knew I would have never met Tyrion or Arya. I could never be mad about you giving me a life like that. Plus, now I know that I'm a half-dragon. That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Miss McCoy?
Don't be so formal. I'm technically your daughter, aren't I?
Oh, right, Celeste. So, I've been meaning to ask that you, Mr. Cuthbert, or you two about to make some angel dragons?
Oh, wow, look at how late it is. I'd better go talk to Arya right now. I'll see you later, Scale Dad. I mean, Scale... Bye.
She called herself my daughter. Ugh. No, I suppose I understand how you feel now, Lucio.
Hey, Arya. Oh, Celeste. What are you doing here? Just making sure you're doing okay. You are doing okay, right? I am. There's no need to worry about me. You're looking up at the sky. Are you looking up at the stars? I was looking at the moon. It's full tonight. Do you mind if I watch it with you? Do what you want. I technically take orders from you now.
Hey, we got some art!
You know, it was also a full moon outside on the night my parents found me in their inn. That's why they named me Celeste. It's the word for heavenly bodies in the Draconic language. Is that so? Yeah, they told me they thought I was a gift from the Scaled Lord. In a roundabout way, they were actually kind of right. It's a little funny when you think about it. By the way, I never got to thank you for sticking up for me before. What? Remember? You jumped onto the stand when Tyrion manifested my blood contract. Not that I blame him, but I don't think even he believed in me at that point. If you'd never done that, who knows how this could have ended up. I really appreciated you doing that. You are a really good person, Arya. I was merely doing what I thought was right. Yeah, I guess that's what you've always done. You're not really going to charge me with perjury, are you? Of course I am. I was serious about that. Damn it. But we do require your help to hold the structure of our kingdom together. We won't send you to prison, but I might have you do some community service. Fine. I guess I can live with that. My father told me I was being too lenient, but I can understand the position you were put in. We all do stupid things for love, after all. Stupid. Now it's all starting to sink in. Arya? How could I be so stupid? Hey, you're not. I am. I'm a complete and utter fool. I knew about blood contracts after what happened with Beatrice. I'm an attorney, for Lord's sake. I've read countless legal documents. And when I signed that contract, I knew something was wrong. But I was just so stupidly happy. That's not fair. No one could have expected him to do something like that. Now my father, he's going to pay for my stupid mistakes. I'm sorry. Oh, give this lady a hug. Yes, finally. Celeste, why did I trust him so much? He used me like a puppet with my hands and my magic. He made me. I'm sorry, Arya. What he did to you was horrible, and I don't know how to make it better. But you're not alone, okay? It's not just me. Tyrion, your father, we're all here for you. So please, don't shut off your emotions from us. Thank you. Celeste, I think I've made a decision. What's that? I'm going to drop the charges of perjury against you. Wait, are we still on that? Ha-ha! Iris wipe.
Mr. Cuthbert, I've spoken to my associates in the press. The story we created should be printed as we speak.
I don't like this. We're lying to the people of Wyverngard about what really happened. Not to mention, this story paints me like some kind of god.
I understand your reservations, but Aster was right about how the common folk felt about him. If we told the people what actually happened, they would never believe it. They'd think that his death was part of some sort of political conspiracy. And even with this cover story, we can't be certain they still won't think to suspect that. Arya?
Shouldn't you be resting?
Nonsense. I'm gonna sit around feeling sorry for myself while I'm not going to sit around feeling sorry for myself while everyone else fixes my mistakes. And there's the smile. There's the award-winning smile that we've all been waiting to see. I mean, she is sad behind all of it, but hey, she's not hiding her emotions anymore. She may be hiding her pain behind a smile, but she's not shutting down her emotions like before. Was Celeste able to get through to her? And as much as it pains me, we should strive to carry forth the virtues that Aster represented to the common folk. Wyverngard will gain more from those false virtues than from the person he truly was. The stability of our nation must be maintained if we're to move forward. And if we must use the people's piety to do that, so be it. Arya. And as the newly appointed head of House Steelwind, I will also do my part to support your rule, as will the Scaled Lord. Celeste smiles in gratitude to their words, but she meekly glances at you expectantly. Do you even have to ask? I made a promise to you, didn't I? And it's not just us. I'll do my best to make sure that the rest of Wyverngard supports you too. Oh yeah, since you two patched things up, we could also ask for Ruby's help. Right, I forgot I was supposed to meet with her this morning. I'll need to apologize to her about that. Wait, have you still not told her about what happened yet? We had more important things to worry about. I'm sure she'll understand. Tyrion, the last time you saw her, you manifested a blood contract without explaining anything. And then you didn't elaborate, and then you just left. It was incredibly masculine of you, but you still didn't explain anything. Then you vaguely said something about helping Arya. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to her once things quiet down. Tyrion, that story we fabricated is being printed right now.
Everyone in Wyvern is going to read about it in the paper, including her. Oh. We're gonna get a sequel. They definitely hook us for a sequel at the very, very end. What's all this noise about?
What? Hey, you live under a rock, lady? Read the morning paper! The Scaled Lord has returned!
What? Demonic attack claims lives of prominent figures? Chaos broke out yesterday during the Wyatt private wedding between Arya Steelwind and Crown Prince Aster de Wyverngard. In a surprise attack orchestrated by a malevolent demon, a devastating loss was inflicted upon our kingdom, shattering the very foundations of our power and stability. The carnage left in the wake of this abyssal assault was nothing short of catastrophic. Among the fallen were Lady Coraline Sybil, Lord Lloyd von Sanctus, and Lord Lucio Steelwind. Both King Olivier and Crown Prince Aster made a heroic attempt to repel the foul monster, and while the profane demon was felled and defeated, the King and the Crown Prince tragically lost their lives in the ensuing battle. So instead of the King passing away from illness, they went out as heroes. However, amidst the chaos and despair, a glimmer of hope emerged to prevent the kingdom from descending into further disarray. The Scaled Lord himself descended from the heavens, restoring order and making a profound proclamation. In a selfless act to maintain the integrity and unity of Wyverngard, the Scaled Lord anointed his holy daughter as the new Queen of Wyverngard. You know, as far as keeping the peace goes, it's not the worst cover story. What? Ugh. Again with the Scaled Lord nonsense. This reeks of a violent political coup. Whoever this new queen is, I bet she's just another rotten noble. Says there's a picture of her on the next page. Hey Ruby, would you like your words served with Tabasco sauce or sriracha? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's brilliant. Hold on a second. I want to ask you. After reading about what happened to my former lord, I thought, wait, is this just... Dang it, okay, I can't talk right now. I need to voice act all of the auto-scrolling text. I will continue my studies in the field of conjuration. With the kingdom in such disarray, it falls on people like me to maintain order. Why are you looking at me like that? So Celeste is now doing a tour around Wyverngard to see what the people are thinking. You'll be able to do this if it weren't for your investment in our cafe. I feel partially responsible for what happened at the Imperial Academy. I'd like to make amends however I can. Don't worry about that. Business has been booming ever since we set up shop in La Ferme. More customers just means more work for me. Oh, just like in Ace Attorney, where we're going over the entire cast and having them talk about their experiences. I've been developing my necromancy ever since I began working under Lord Asclepius. I think I've grown quite good at it. Don't get ahead of yourself. You've grown competent at it. Oh, that was a joke. You're probably the best necromancer I know. Aside from me, of course. Oh, how nice. Soon dare, necromancer teach. I'm sorry, but I still can't remember anything. But from what I've read in my record, perhaps that's a good thing. Even if your memories are gone, your crimes can't be changed. You still have to serve your sentence, But I do hope you can live out the rest of your life in peace. You don't think Esther should have died? What are you looking at, punk? Wait. Oh no, it's you! That crazy chick isn't with you, is she? Why are you looking behind me, man? Did you just call me crazy? Oh lord, we're forgiven! I mean, Esther still needed to die in order to free Arya.
Good to see you, Mr. Cuthbert. From what I hear, you've certainly moved up in the world.
Yeah, a lot has happened. I don't even know where to begin. Glad to see the refinery is doing well.
Well, I suppose I have you to thank for that. You're quite the, what did Your Majesty call you?
An angel investor.
Yes, that's it!
Actually, I'm here on behalf of Her Majesty. We both had an idea for a business venture, and we think it would set a good precedent if we employed a company with your business practices.
Oh, I think I like the sound of that.
So after all of those sussy expressions, Draco Gen was still a good guy, or at least not guilty. I still have much to learn about leading a noble house, but I hope I can bring House Freyga and Wyvengard to a brighter future. I think it's about time we ended the constant feuding between the Steel Winds and the Freygas, and I'd like for us to work together. I may not know much, but that certainly sounds like a step in the right direction. Tracker will do best to help Queen. I appreciate the gesture, Tracker, but I don't think banks need gold, right? Tracker can dig for gold. He's doing his best. The best boy is doing his best. Oh, we're getting to the VAs.
That makes checkmate, Cuthbert.
What? Did you just lose? No, I demand a rematch.
Learn to lose a dignity for Lord's sake. I'm glad I let him keep those armbands.
Oh, right. I gave the monkey a refined voice. Whatever.
I think the Scout Lord will sacrifice his daughter for the good of our kingdom.
Theon, I want this job.
Such humility, such self-sacrifice.
I am literally a queen. Who wouldn't want this mantle? Actually, this job is kind of annoying. Sorry. As long as I have you with me, I'm happy. I have hands and I must groove. I have ears. I may have everyone else fooled. I know how this story goes. A mage is still a mage and a noble is still a noble. Come on, don't be like that. Hey, if you want to prove me wrong, by all means. I ain't holding my breath. I suppose you have every reason not to trust those in power. But we are going to fix this kingdom. We're going to do it within the confines of the law. And we're gonna start by slashing your salary. I'm joking, we're gonna double it. I really wish you would talk to us. He needs time to process everything that happened. And I don't think he'll be very receptive to us. At least, not right now. You should probably hire a therapist. A potential branch in the family. Oh, crowdfunders! The goats. Are you okay? Yes, I really appreciate you coming here with me. His actions were absolutely deplorable. I was hoping coming here would give me closure, but with Von Sanctus and Sybil gone, we have had a much easier time repairing our kingdom. I feel uneasy about all this. No, I see what you mean. You may have had good intentions, but he refused to let anyone work with him. Even with Eris, they were just using each other. I do think he really wanted to change Wyvengard, but he would only do it on his own terms. Even if he did end up achieving his goals, the legacy he'd leave behind would be one of blood. No lasting peace or justice could have that as foundation. Not surprisingly mature for you. Hey, I'm always mature. Goodbye, Aster. That was a funny mispronunciation of Rip Bozo. Are you kidding me, Ruby? What kind of ridiculous case was that? Weren't you the one who called a monkey to the stand during Beatrice's trial? Yeah, I suppose you have a point. Truth is often stranger than fiction. You should know that better than anyone. Oh my god, I just realized. Is this what I've been doing to Arya? Hey, you're the one that wanted to be a lead prosecutor. I am only filling in for her until we can find a qualified replacement. Well, if you ever get bored of life as a royal, there's always a spot open at my office. Wait a minute. Did Tyrion just off-screen lose a case against Ruby? I see they allowed you to keep your axe. I don't have a portrait where I'm not holding it. McCoy's impertinence is rubbing off on you. I'll take that as a compliment.
I am glad to see you in such good spirits. I suppose I underestimated you.
Ah. He was surprised to see that she was visiting him. But they're still family, and they were still good people deep down. I'm surprised you're not sentencing me to death. I suppose I should be grateful. Yeah, you kind of need you alive so we know when Eris is back. You're using me like a canary in a coal mine. I'm almost proud of you two. Although, I am curious as to why she hasn't returned yet. Curious indeed.
What the hell is this? Why are you preventing me from leaving?
Well, I can't very well let you make a fool of yourself a second time. I owe not to leave the Sixth Circle until I tell you otherwise. So says the word of Asmodeus.
Are you grounding me?
If you want to behave like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one.
I swear when I get out of here.
What have I told you about speaking in future tense? Well, that answers the question of what Eris is up to. Are you sure you don't want to move into the castle with us, Mom? No, I've grown attached to this place. It was your father's. It doesn't seem right to abandon it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Anyways, I want to give you two some privacy. Mom. So stop dragging your feet, Tyrion. I want to live to see my grandkids. Mom! Mom's got the right idea. She's got the right number. And even if they are angel dragons, I don't care. So, I was wondering, you've lived for a really long time, right?
I have?
Do I have any siblings?
No. Sorry, there was one many centuries ago, but I lost her. It was rare, even across centuries, when I've sought companionship. Dragons are magical beings, and the creations of offspring is rare. So much so that it's a miracle that you were born. I'm sorry, but you are alone.
I don't really feel that way. I think I spent so much time with Arya that she's basically my sister. And Tyrion, well...
Perhaps I should have some words, Mr. Cuthbert.
Don't you dare!
I just want to talk to him! I just want to talk to him! I just want to talk to him! Anyways, where are those angel dragons coming?
So we meet again, Crimson Demon. Who keeps telling people about that nickname? Who knows? It could have been anyone. Tyrion? You don't like it? I can help you come up with a new one. I'm good, thanks. How about Scaled Empress? Okay, I actually really like that. Scaled Empress.
Oh, ahoy, Cuthbert! I have everything ready for tonight.
What? It's nothing. Pretend like you don't know anything.
What? Oh, I see. So it's for her.
What are you doing? It's a surprise! Alright, whatever you say.
Up, we're getting to the Z's.
Hey, why'd you bring me out here? You're not usually this secretive. Come on, it's a surprise. Oh, I just noticed. Celeste's occupation has changed to Queen. She's no longer bodyguard, she's Queen. And might I say, it's about time that real respected real. Wait, is that a boat? Are you going to be okay? I thought you were really prone to motion sickness. Don't worry, I've done this plenty of times before. Alright, if you say so. Tyrion, it's really dark. Are you sure this is safe? Yeah, there'll be plenty of light soon. Soon? In about 3, 2, 1. Wow! Right on schedule. You knew this would happen? During certain times of the year, the ley lines around Oranax become extremely potent. A lot of the business here takes advantage of this to charge the arcane power cells in their home. And those effects are amplified when they do it simultaneously. This is what happens when they synchronize with each other. It lights up the entire city. You're such a nerd. But it's beautiful, right? Yeah, it is. The happiness is just spilling out of her. My mom used to bring me out here before everything happened. You're the only person I've ever shown this to. Oh. I've really missed being able to spend time with you like this. Yeah, me too. It was so much simpler when you were just an attorney and I was your bodyguard. But now I'm the Scaled Lord's daughter, and you're the lead prosecutor. We barely get to see each other. But at least we're together now. And you have something to remember whenever we're apart. Yeah, this is so sweet. Love him so much. What? Your thoughts are leaking, Celeste. What do you... it's been so long I forgot to... Is something wrong? She's always had this habit of teasing you, so you can't help but enjoy putting her on the other end for once. I didn't really mean... Wait, no, I did mean it, but... I know this is a really rude thing to say, but I kind of hate the Eye of Horus sometimes. I love you too, Celeste. Okay. You try to inch closer to her, but she's trying her hardest to avoid eye contact with you. But there is one way to make her meet your gaze. Tyrion, do you not want this? Of course I do. I've wanted this for a long time. I always find myself smiling like an idiot whenever we're together. I don't think I've ever felt this happy before. Your faces inch closer to each other. Hey! I don't know who got the bag better. You two may never be able to go back to your old lives, but moments like this make everything worth it. You'll always keep your promise, right? No matter what happens, no matter where each of us goes, we'll go together. Good. Sorry. This is all a little too much. I'm feeling a little lightheaded. Take all the time you need. Right now, we have all the time in the world. Oh, I just realized that that lead prosecutor was his vocation. Oh, here we go. Here's our hook for the next game, I'm betting. Have you heard about what happened in Wyverngard? Is that why you've called me here? This could have been an email. Email? Arch Sentinel. This is serious. How do we not know about this Tyrion Cuthbert? Keeping records of the Heavensborn is Lumina's responsibility, High Inquisitor. Frey Cuthbert was always a slippery one. Even you couldn't track her. And now he's just one Heavensborn. Ilya, he brought the lore to the Sixth Court of bloody Azoth. Do you have any idea the amount of damage they could have done to the multiverse that... Multiverse. We're going straight into it, aren't we? You're worrying too much. We're still here, aren't we? Multiverse is intact, and everything is fine. Ilya. He has the Eye of Odin. The Eye of Odin now? What? I checked the data my drones collected. These readings, they are exactly as the same as the ones we gathered during our experiment with Frey. Future tech? Multiverse? Experiments? Is Tyrion in some kind of simulation? He awakened its power, albeit briefly, and he did it in front of the Lord of the Sixth. You must assume that the Lord of the Ninth knows about it as well. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Well, we know about the 6th, and we know about the 9th. 6, 9. Nice. Come on. That's not possible. Even you said it was impossible to manifest Odin's power on the mortal plane. The Lord of the Ninth has begun moving his forces. He knows, Ilya. You know better than anyone else. Nothing is impossible when the House of Horus is involved. Alright, you win. I'll look into this. Exercise discretion. If they ever find out about what we did with Frey, I know, it could mean war with Wyverngard. Ilya, it could mean war with the entire Outer Planes. That's one hell of a to-be continued. That doesn't even seem like the plot of a Legal Sim visual novel. This seems like we're gonna go branch out into like a tactical RPG or something. Are they the same circles as in the Inferno? Or are they different? Nothing is confirmed? Not at this point. Well, damn! That's a hell of a way to go out. You said this case goes places, and it went to places. It went to Azoth, it went back, then it went into, I don't know, the Guardians of the Multiverse or some such. Well, I sure am seated in. I have no idea when the next game is going to come out. I 100% of the game. Oh yeah, the achievements were just for completion, weren't they? Yep, Unlocked all achievements. 5 out of 5, baby. That's a nice way to get a 100% completion on a game. Add that to your compendium of 100% games. Which games do I have 100%? Let me see. Oh, I'm scrolling around in Steam right now. Well, yep. Now that we're past the credits, we can say it now. Good games, everybody. GG's, and that's game over. Eris, enjoy being grounded. Let's see, games. Ah, I have 5 perfect games. Interesting. At least on Steam, I do. And that is checkmate. Well said. The hollowness of that victory and the sappiness of the ending has you feeling uncertain. You know how these things go. Something tragic is probably going to happen where between this and the start of the next game. I don't know what's going to happen. Anyways, yep, that's it. Those are the Chronicles of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. By the way, what does pie have to do with any of this? Is it just a nerdy intellectual thing? Or was there something that I completely missed? That's just a typeface? It's just the type font. Okay. So very specific. Nothing else overlaps like that. It's just the 2 T's. Then again, it could be a stylistic thing. Because it really sticks. It really sticks in your mind, doesn't it? Really bad kerning on the double T? I suppose so. But anyways. No meaning that means anything. I suppose so. Well, that is another game down and in the history books. A very good one. And, very worthy spiritual successor to the Ace Attorney series. Wonder if there have been any more games of its ilk. But for the time being, we'll... And it probably would have taken... It probably would have been more comfortable to do it in... to end it off in another stream. But hey, we're here, we're done. I'm glad that it was such a great journey. You are very welcome for the stream. Gonna have to start thinking about my my next game. Yeah. So, will it be another one-off? Will it be another short one? Well, probably will. This took, what, 11 installments to clear out? Respect to all the lives lost. That is the cost of justice. No, I know that you wanted to bowl a perfect game, AQ, but not like this. Not like this. So, thank you, everybody who has joined me for this incredible journey through a different sort of law. AQ, James, Solaris, Matthew, Moderator Catone, and, of course, you, for watching this as a VOD, so you know what to do. Like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. Next time you see me, it will be something completely different. Will it be Mega Man 7? Will it be another quick game? Probably Mega Man 7. Until that time, game over.